Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day of City of Pembroke 2024 budget deliberations. I'd like to call the land acknowledgement first. Thank you. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge, on behalf of Council and the community, that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins of whose land we reside. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Today we have I just want to go over the agenda quickly. At 10:30, we'll have a 15-minute break. 12 o'clock, a half-hour break for lunch. 1:45, the second break in the afternoon, 15-minute, and 3 p.m. adjournment. I'd like to welcome our treasurer, Ms. Lodgestein, again, and she will begin the day with review of operating budgets and other items.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. So before we get into this, I'd just like to take this opportunity to recognize a member of my staff, Ashley Perrier, who's sitting in the back. We have a sort of a running joke in the Treasury Department that Ms. Perrier is the Chandler Bing of our department because nobody seems to know what she actually does. But Ashley, so I might be the face of the budget, but Ashley is the machinery behind the budget. So the 100-plus page budget presentation and all the details is something that Ashley manages, and I wouldn't be able to do this budget without her, so I would just like to take this opportunity to thank her. She keeps me very organized. And I also would like to give a shout out to my own personal fan club, Ashley's daughter, Miss Bree, who I think is going to be a budding municipal employee in the future and who I think is the best Bree there is. Okay, so at the end of yesterday, we had made some adjustments to the budget and some cuts. And we also did discuss increasing, which was discussed at the first council meeting in January, increasing some revenues related to bylaw, including the parking meter, parking permits, and parking fines. So I was able to obtain some information from the Director of Planning, Building, and Bylaw. So I did also include some of those adjustments into our updated numbers. So we had started the day yesterday at a 9.57% levy increase. So we're now at an 8.52% levy increase. Councillor Purcell did ask for some background information on just, what that means in terms of a tax bill. So the first slide on the day 2 PowerPoint presentation does provide some of that breakdown based on the median residential property, the median multi-residential property, commercial and industrial. So these median properties I obtain from a property management system called Opta, which helps me calculate tax rates. So based on this information and assuming we keep the same tax ratios as 2023, which is something we'll have to talk about on day 3 to see if that is indeed what we'd like to do. So we have reduced the impact of a residential tax bill from $265 annual increase to $236. Essentially, every 1% levy increase is an increase to the tax bill of $27.68 or $2.31 a month. So if we're looking at an 8% levy increase, that's an additional cost to the taxpayers of $18.45 a month. And again, this slide essentially breaks down from the different categories what the impact might be. And that's obviously excluding the impact of water sewer rates, which are also increasing. So I'll pull all of that information together on day 3, once we're through deliberations today. So I did want to backtrack into the day 1 presentation. So I'll just wait a second so our producer in the back can catch up.
Councillor Lafreniere?
Angela, what was the median range for residential homes?
So I'll say the number, but the feedback from the public is always going to be, well, that's not what my house is worth. But that's what residential properties are worth now is not what we base our tax bills on.
Right.
So we still base our tax bills on what a property was valued at in 2016. And the
Okay.
market has significantly shifted since then.
Yes.
So at that time, the median property was considered to be a valuation of $179,000.
Thank you.
So I understand from the chair that there's been a question regarding one of my slides, which is slide 16, which just talks a little bit about the Kinsman pool repair and how the taxation funding that's been allocated to that particular line impacts the levy. So every year, we take a certain portion of our tax dollars and we put it towards capital projects. So for the past several years, we've dedicated essentially $2 million to different capital projects. So from the existing $2 million, which we allocate every year to different projects, $291,000 has been allocated to Kinsman Pool in this year. And the reason why we have this extra money this year is because the next phase of Nelson Street is, quite a significant budget, and we just didn't have all the funding available to make that project a reality this year. So we did have some extra tax funding from our existing $2 million that we could put towards this project, but still not enough, considering that we've held this $2 million, held the line on this $2 million for at least 3 years now, and inflation has gone up significantly. So no matter what, we should be considering increasing this $2 million to keep pace with inflation, because inflation's roughly 37% right now, just on, base construction alone, whereas our increases have been essentially zero. I think we're at 0.7%, and nowhere near the 37% inflation that we've been facing. So, we're basically falling behind in the ability to do work in the future if we're not steadily increasing the amount of money we're putting towards capital projects every year in pace with inflation. So keeping all of that in mind, we have, for discussion purposes, added an increase to this base $2 million of $353,000. And you could look at this in a way to saying that extra $353,000 is going towards the Kinsman Pool repair. The following year, it might go to a different project, but at least we are, slowly trying to close the gap between inflationary pressures and understanding that overall, as we'll see in our day 2 presentation, there's a significant amount of pressure over and above inflation with regards to our building portfolio and the amount of work that needs to be done in all of our older buildings, because our portfolio of buildings is, I would say the average age, I don't know exactly, but I would probably say it's in the 50 years old category if I had to take a stab at it. And obviously excluding the new OPP building and the new fire station. So is there any questions related to this slide again before we?
Mr. Unruh?
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I guess, kind of a question on my behalf. So I think what we're saying, and again, I can always get corrected. I do get it all the time. So, is that if we do not put the money towards the pool in regards to these renovations, there would be other projects that we would propose to be completed, so that we're making sure that we're keeping pace with inflation. Well, not keeping pace with it, but just trying to increase the amount of capital spending. So if the thought around the table is that, yes, we'll not do some work in the pool, then staff would bring forward other projects to make sure that we're spending the capital dollars.
Councillor Keel and Councillor Giacono.
In the same light, if we were to delete the 644,950, would we be lowering the 8.52% tax increase?
So we would, but we'd be permanently decreasing the amount of funding available for projects across the city. So that would include roads, sidewalks, everything, because we have an envelope of money that we use every year that's sort of out of touch with reality right now, and we'd be making it even more out of touch. So as long as we acknowledge that that's what we're doing, so that would have an impact on our asset management, from this year and all the future years, because we're gonna have to catch up even more in future years.
Councillor Giacono?
Madam Treasurer, through you, Mr. Chair, what is the definition of a dedicated reserve? And is the funding for the pool notated as a dedicated reserve?
So just to clarify, you're talking about the Aquatic Center Reserve?
Yes, is that notated as a reserve that we can't touch, similar to water and sewer, et cetera? We put money aside for a particular project, and then suddenly we're moving money from one reserve to another and depleting the original idea of why that reserve was there to fix that particular facility.
So it is a little different in the sense that it's tied to our general fund and our general revenues. So it was a fund that was created by council for the purpose of the new aquatic center. Given that we are not going to be constructing the aquatic center, I would think as fast as I think staff was intending the building to be replaced, we're going to be kind of sitting on this money for a little bit longer than perhaps we had thought. So I would certainly say it's a decision of council to say whether or not that's a good idea or not, or whether or not that's something that council would be supportive of. Understanding that at a certain point, we will have to pay money towards an aquatic center. And if we want to lower the tax impact of that in the future, the more money we have in the bank, will lower sort of the levy impacts in future years, because we'll be able to pull that money into it as opposed to having to increase our tax levy to pay for projects in the future.
Mr. Chair, through you, I find that rather catch-22 situation. We've had a realization that we have a project that really needs to be repaired, and it's like depleting your savings account. If you have a bank account, one's checking and one's saving. The checking is for your operating expenditures during the day. The savings is for a particular purpose, and what we're doing is we're deleting that savings account, and we have to start all over again. So no matter how you look at it, we're still going to have to come up with the money. If there are grant applications in regards to this particular project, the question may be by the government, do you have any funds set aside to help offset this project? And I think that's in your favor, as opposed to saying, no, we have none. We want to go entirely in debt. And again, I know our debt ratio is fairly good. We can still borrow money, but I just have a bit of an issue with that. If the money's been set aside, and I know where we are, I understand that, but it seems rather futile to save it and then take it away for a project that needs to be repaired and is used by many of our, neighbors. Just a comment. Thank you.
So, and we'll be discussing the pool at a later date, time this morning.
Okay, so where we had left off yesterday in terms of your detailed package was we had finished with roads, and we were moving on to the recreation department. So we'll start just by reviewing the detailed package, and then I have a specific presentation on the pool itself. So we'll go over, what the numbers are that are in the detailed package, but we do have a whole set of slides just to talk about the issue of the Kinsman pool, keeping it open, closing it. So we'll kind of hold those questions for the presentation once we get through some of the finer details of the rec budget from other facilities and programs and uses. So in your detailed package, this starts on page 43. And runs to page 53. So overall, the parks and facilities budget is an increase of 295,722. So again, this is a department where, the bulk of city employees reside. So again, there is a certain portion of that that's related to our cost of living, salary benefit, inflationary cost adjustments. But just to draw your attention to a few items, so on page 43, line 38, transfers to reserves. We can see an increase there of $4,008. So this line includes $59,700 contribution to fleet, and that's where the $4,000 increase comes into play, because we do look at replacement costs every year and if what we're contributing to different reserves is appropriate. And as well, last year council added an additional $76,000 into the budget to fund future rec building repairs. So I did have a question for council on this particular line item, is that, currently I have made a new rec building reserve fund within the city reserves. So again, this is something that can be changed should council, be supportive of that, just because it is a general operating reserve. So I'm just wondering that, given the issues we have with some of our other older buildings, which over the past year have included City Hall and Victoria Hall, if some of that, so we were looking to potentially make that like a contingency budget, so that if there are unexpected problems with in particular recreation facilities, that this funding could then be used to kind of help pay for these unexpected repairs, just because there's only so much we anticipate, and then, life happens and repairs can be more expensive. So I'm just wondering if there's any appetite to also have City Hall fall into being able to access that money, just because I am concerned that what we have set aside now that we're looking at a roof repair is not going to be sufficient potentially in this year's budget. So that's, food for thought. I do want to bring forward a reserve and reserve fund policy. So it'll basically list every reserve fund, what its permitted uses are, what, if we want to have a minimum balance in it, what that is, how staff can access funds. So does staff have permission in emergency to take funding? Does it have to come to council? So I do want to have a full policy on that early in the year. So that'll be a question, when we get to that policy, which I'll submit a draft, in the next couple months for council to consider. So I just wanted to raise that just to give you time to think about it. So other line items, so on page 44, line 65, we do see an increase there of almost $20,000. So this is, I would say split or caused by two items. So we do have about 10,000 of that set aside for our new online booking system. And we are also looking at, for the roads department, implementing their work order system in this year. And certainly looking at expanding that into recreation, who could, I would think, benefit from a work management system, which is the other half of that increase. I guess knowing that there are obviously both annual fees associated with our online booking system as well as transactional fees, which I'm still, like, the transaction fees depend on the types of payments made. So if you pay by debit, you pay less fees than if you pay by different credit cards. So I'm still getting a handle on exactly what the transaction fees are. And then ActiveNet itself will charge a transaction fee for every item. But I would say it's probably in the 3 to 4% range on every transaction. We also have transaction fees. So I guess the question is, we did talk about increasing our rates by 5%. And I guess, are we considering that that's sufficient to kind of cover these additional fees? Or, do we also need to look at perhaps also increasing it a little more for some of these transaction fees that we're facing now? So this is something that users want, but it also costs us more money, just for the convenience of not having to stand in line. So again, that's sort of another thought anyhow for feedback. And I do think, it would be easier just to increase the rate by a little more than it would be to have a separate charge for these types of things, just because that would require, some reprogramming in the system that we've just set up. So, it's food for thought there. On page 45, line 99, we are looking to increase the budget by 5,000 to address some ergonomics within the rec admin office itself as a health and safety item. On page 46, Pansy Patch Park, we are looking to increase that budget by $4,000 to continue to try to make repairs to the parking lot and laneway. In terms of Riverside Park, on page 47, under line 199 contract, we have had issues, I think in particular, over the past several years potentially, but I think in particular last year, just regarding overnight thefts and just general security issues at the park itself. So it has been recommended that we add security to Riverside Park for 21 weeks at a cost of $17,640 estimate.
Councillor Friendly
Yep.
has a comment or question. Go ahead.
So I did discuss this briefly. I'm not in support, and I am going to be motioning that remove that $17,640 for security. This stems from some complaints at Riverside Park last year about like their cooler being stolen and things like that. Anytime I've gone camping, I put my cooler away or I secure my goods. I think if we start providing security, then we're opening up a whole can of worms. We have events down at the waterfront, at the amphitheater, all through, or even just Rotary Park. Somebody takes their kids to the splash park and has a picnic cooler and someone steals it. I can't see why we would have security guards at the park. So I see where the department is coming from, because they did receive complaints saying, what's security in the park? We won't be back. But you know what? I don't know a campsite that runs like our campsite that has security, like I said. So I will be motioning that we remove that. I just think it's unnecessary. I think that we could communicate when campers come in, please secure their things. We will not be responsible for lost items, things like that. Anyway, so I'm going to put a motion out there now to remove line 199 for security in the amount of $17,640.
A motion on the floor, seconded by Councillor Keel. So did Councillor Keel want to speak to it? Then Councillor Purcell. So Councillor Purcell?
Again, kind of goes back to the discussion that we had yesterday, $4 million for OPP policing. Maybe there needs to be some additional patrols through the Riverside Park, and I think, here we are, again, subsidizing, in some cases, dealing with these types of issues that are really, should be dealt with our police force, and that'll be a question that I have for the police when they come and present.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last year when this was happening, and I can let staff speak to how often it was happening, but certainly I was getting a number of calls. Different individuals, some not from the area, some, and I don't understand this, but anyways, they live in the city of Pembroke, but they choose to have a trailer down there for the summer. Maybe it's nice to go to the beach or something. I don't know. But in any event, some, I know these ratepayers, and they do live in the city of Pembroke, some not living in the city of Pembroke, same complaints. Asked for focus patrols, got focus patrols, but in addition to that, which is when you're looking at costs, when these individuals call the OPP, and they were calling the OPP, it's a call for service, they're going down, and now the ratepayers are footing the bill for the calls for service, because no different than if I call the OPP saying, there's a disturbance or whatever, they come and it's 300 and some odd dollars every time you call them. And these individuals, my understanding, were calling the OPP as well. So I think it's a safety thing that we're supplying a park, and if there's different activities going on, yes, some of it was cooler, some of it was stealing other things, rummaging through people's items. In any event, so I recognize it, and we're trying to tighten things up all around and so forth. I just don't support it, like I support leaving it in there simply because I know that the flip side is if you don't do it the one way, you end up with the OPP, and I do understand that staff last year to do a temporary measure did institute some sort of security because the OPP can't be there, they can't be everywhere all the time, so they can do a number of focus patrols, but in the middle of the night, they're not going to be there all the time watching to see who's doing what, but thank you.
So I have Councillor Frenier, then Mr. DeRoche after that.
So I know when it comes to your own personal vehicles, we run campaigns saying lock it or lose it, and to me, it's the same philosophy at the park, lock it or lose it. And just recently, I think I had my granddaughter swimming the other day, and there was a sign right in the dressing room saying, "We are not responsible for lost or stolen items." I would never think to call the police if I left something out and it got stolen. I might go to the office and say, I'm missing a da-da-da-da if it should show up. But I don't know, I just don't see the expense. It's called common sense. It's called lock it or lose it. Anyway, I just maintain that.
DeRoche?
Thank you. So just a couple comments from last year. So the theft appeared to take place kind of in the thick of the summer, so in July and August. We did institute a little bit of security to see how that went. I think having the presence down there certainly helped. We were receiving complaints on a weekly basis. Whether it was through Facebook, social media, telephone calls, we were receiving them often. We have had discussions with OPP on a number of different measures with theft, vandalism, those kind of things. And, they do their best to be on site when they can, but of course they have their own staffing challenges as well, and they can't always have that foot patrol for us. So it was difficult, and it was something that staff had brought forward that thought perhaps we could look at instituting some kind of security for 2024 and see if that would kind of lighten the theft. Thank you.
CAO and then Councillor Giacono.
Yeah, I was wondering if Jordan could comment just on not specifically on Riverside Park, but to also expand it in regards to some of the facilities, some of the challenges that we're having.
Sure, thank you. So I think our biggest challenge right now is it's not only theft, but it's vandalism. We're seeing increased vandalism throughout the city. And I mean, there's only so much that we could do as a department, right? We need some kind of support in some way, shape, or form. And as I mentioned, in discussion with OPP, they can really only stretch their staff so far, and they are having their own staffing challenges. They didn't go into detail, but they did express that. So again, I think that it's something that could be implemented or could be considered for 2024, and we can certainly report back to council in the fall time and see if it helped. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can understand where Councillor Fernie is coming from. If a cooler is stolen with some drinks and a beer or, a backpack. But the difference is if a vehicle is stolen or a wallet with all your ID, then you still have to call the police. So yeah, you're getting a double whammy. You're still paying for the security, and they're going to have to call the police anyway. So I kind of agree with Councillor Lafernier. Thank you.
Speaking from the chair, I think it's worthwhile to try it this year and report back to council. I think I did receive calls also about things going on down there at Riverside Park. And yes, vandalism is, we all know about the vandalism in the Waterfront Park and other areas, Skateboard Park. But I think the security is important. The police can't be there right on the spot. They can't be everywhere. We know the police are stretched with other issues in the community also. So I'll be voting in favor of doing it for this year and then come back with a report. So motion on the floor to remove the $17,640 for 21-week security for Riverside Park. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, so moving along, Riverside Park Fieldhouse, the online page 47, line 213, the contract line, an $8,500 budget has been added for snow clearing. And this is in relation to, again, complaints from the users of the Riverside Park Field House about, our ability to clear the laneway in the wintertime when they're using the facility. So we're looking to contract that out.
I have a question. Oh, okay, I guess you go first, Councillor Plummer, then Councillor Frenier.
How much rental are we getting from the field house in the wintertime? Does it justify the expense of a $8,500 contract?
So through the chair, so we actually don't take any revenue. That's the Kiwanis Club themselves. They rent out the facility. And the issue that we're experiencing is that because it's a laneway, it's fire access to the actual facility itself, it's our lowest priority. We've got other facilities that we got to clear snow at. And so they may have a facility booked or a rental, and then it snows, and then they're calling us, and we might have, trucks in other places at other facilities. So we're looking at implementing some kind of snow clearing dollar amount so that we can ensure that if there is those situations that happen, it's taken care of. Thank you.
Okay. Further to that, there's only a few significant snowfalls of the year that we have residents calling. People that live, on busy streets by the hospital, and it's not cleared right away. Well, because there's a rationale of clearing the arterial roads first, the commuter roads, and then they go to the residential roads, and then we keep going down a level of hierarchy to get, to maintain clearing around the city. So understandably, clearing a field house is not a top priority, but I think as a city, we will get to it. I just don't see a justification for $8,500 to have a contract to clear a field house right away on a snowfall. If the rental is on that day, typically it's a large snowfall. Maybe they're going to be late that day, or maybe that's not their day to go down there. So I won't be in support. I'll be putting a motion on the floor to remove the contract for snow clearing for the field house for the $7,500, I believe, is the addition, or is it the whole variance? Chair, or the treasurer?
Sorry, so the note is wrong. It's $8,500. Thank you.
Okay, so I've been motioning to remove $8,500.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Purcell. And speaking to the motion, first Councillor Frenier, then Mayor Gervais. And
So through you to Jordan, so if there is an event booked there and they can't get in because of the snowfall and the event's not canceled, they would contact you and say, we need it plowed? Is that how that goes?
Yeah, so through the chair, that would be correct, but we may not be able to send staff down there to clear it. I mean, it's just, that's the situation that we're in right now, whereas, we've got other facilities that right now we're clearing the PMC, the Kinsman Pool, sanding and salting other places. So our facilities are a priority, and that may not be the priority at that given moment. And of course, when it snows, it's like the roads. Roads are a priority at that given time, just like our facilities are. So yeah, they might have an event planned for months at a time, and unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to get in.
So I would suggest just a letter to them, notice, telling them that if there is large snowfalls and they have an event, that it's their responsibility to hire a contractor to go in. And could they do that even though it's our property? I'm asking through the chair.
CEO?
Okay. Yeah. Just wanted to wait to be recognized.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, in regards to having their own contractor, we would want to make sure that the city would be then be on their insurance and that they would have the proper insurance on that. We certainly do refrain from that, given the liability, and I would look to the Director of Public Works to provide some more details in regards to having, private contractors do work on our property.
Through the chair, as was mentioned yesterday, we can't contract out liability. So being city-owned property, it would still be our liability, which is a reason why we don't, we try and stay away from that type of situation. What I would suggest is we would inform the user group that We're not gonna be able to do it. It's gonna have to be contracted out, the contract be done through the city of Pembroke, and the charge go back to the user group. And that way, we're not contracting out our liability. The performance of the contractor still falls under us, but the payment is being made by the user group.
Perfect, and then it's up to them whether they just want to cancel the event. No, that works. Okay, thank you.
Have the treasurer speaking, then Mayor Gervais.
So I'm just looking at the original bylaw, 1990-29. So in the agreement with the Kiwanis, it says the city shall be responsible for landscaping and maintenance of the grounds adjacent to the field house, including snow plowing of the entrance and any adjacent parking lot and access.
So, you gonna amend
Just
the
be-
motion, or?
No, I was just gonna say, to comment to that motion, the city will get to it. If the contractor wants to plow it earlier than the city gets there, we're not contravening the bylaw. The city will do it, but may not just be right away.
Okay. Mayor Gervais?
Thank you. So as my time as president of the Kiwanis Club for 2 years, I only had to cancel one lunch meeting. Did so because there was enough snow that, let's face it, even the city streets were not as clean as what I would like to see 70 and 80-year-olds driving on. And so I canceled it, and that was the prudent thing to do, in my opinion. Yeah, I got some flack for it, but it was what it was. I wholeheartedly agree with what the motion is that's on the floor. We'll get to it when we get to it. There's been other issues that are surrounding that building, including water and so forth, and the city, over time, have rectified those issues. So I'm okay with what's being proposed, and things happen, you know.
Councillor Keel.
Actually, the treasurer answered my question about the lease, and I think the mayor just answered my question about the number of times this happens.
Councillor Giacono.
The terms of reference, Mr. Chair, as the treasurer stated, are pretty clear, but what it does not say is that it will be cleared immediately. And I mean, that's the question. So they have to understand, as a service club, and I'm sure they do, that, you know, pending the snowfall, pending the situation, that the corporation has a responsibility to do certain things first, the main roads, et cetera, as Councillor Plummer indicated. So they may have to wait, and it's simple as that. Many residents within the area don't get their streets plowed till the end. I can think of Catherine Street South. Most of the streets are being plowed, and there's still 3 feet of snow there at the end of the day sometimes. So, in all due diligence, I think that notification, as was discussed, should be sent to the club, saying that we'll get there at the soonest possible time.
Gervais.
Just as a final comment, without belaboring this, when we started off the community safety plan, and I attended at the fire hall, and this is our fire hall, and it wasn't even cleaned by the contractor yet, and that's our fire hall, and those big, lovely trucks of more than $1 million had to get out of there, and I got stuck in that parking lot. So, in the grand scheme of things, I think we're okay to remove it.
Snow happens.
Oh, yes, bit of levity. Very good. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to remove the $8,500 line item for snow clearing at Kiwanis Fieldhouse. Those in favor? Carried. Moving right along.
Okay, so page 48, line 250, waterfront development. So as was presented, I believe, in December, our waterfront donation and funds is dwindling at this point. So they are looking to decrease their donation, as well as request that there's be an extra student paid for by the city. So that's increasing that budget by roughly $18,000. In the next section, Fiddle Park, under line 254, we are seeing the revenues decrease simply because they don't, this festival no longer uses the PMC, with their contest now being at Festival Hall. Skipping down a few pages to page 51, line 358, the PACC Arena, or PEMICE 2. The budget for contracts Contracted services is increased by $33,000, which includes an increase for snow removal as well as contracting of the ice painting and blade sharpening. Under Kinsman Pool, which is line 51, so this section relates to the operation of and maintenance of the pool itself and not running programs and program staff. We are anticipating, if the pool was to run all year, an increase in materials, in the cost of chemicals, and the cost of contracted services to maintain the facility. So overall, we're anticipating an increase of roughly $32,600 for the Kinsman Pool, provided it operates for the full year, which is still to be discussed.
Councillor Plummer?
Just clarification to go back to 49 on line item 309, bank charges, $7,600. What are those bank charges for?
So originally, and I'm wondering if I should, okay, so with our new ActiveNet, we do have a number of fees. It's difficult to estimate what those fees might be, but under our old way of doing things before we had an online system, we only used to charge it in one place under programs. So we've eliminated that budget and we've attempted to spread some of the costs between programs. So we'll get a better handle on what all the processing fees are this year. And again, it depends on the volume, how many payments are made through this system, and the types of payments that are made. So this is an estimate at this point of all of the different transaction fees, which goes back to the question of, should we be increasing our rates a little bit to take these fees into consideration now? But it is a difficult line to estimate, and so we will have this also in the other arena and the pool, just because we don't have, like, we've just started using the system in December, so we don't have any history. So it's just based on really rough estimates of, well, what's the total revenue? How much, do we think might be paid through credit cards and different mechanisms? How much will be paid online, and trying to estimate the fees. So we'll have a better handle on that for next year's budget. But so this is just a rough estimate right now.
Okay.
Councillor Plummer?
Thank you. I guess you answered to the question there. I was talking, the supplementary to that would be credit card fees, the 1% or 2%, whatever they charge to process the cards. So, okay, understand. Thank you.
Councillor Keel, did you have your hand up? No? Councillor Frenier?
Sorry to backtrack. Yeah, page 44, it just came into my mind when we were talking about bookings. Had a short conversation yesterday with Jordan, and it was about non-resident fees when you're booking online. So we may have to tweak the system. So I just want to ask a question through the chair to Jordan. Do you think we have enough in the budget if you have to change the software to add some kind of identification scanner or something like that?
Yeah, so through the chair, at this point in time, we really don't know. I mean, we've just started to implement this software program, so we're kind of identifying and working out all the gremlins at this point in time. So these are some of the things that we're starting to notice. And so our plan for 2024 is to gain understanding of what these are, and if there is a cost associated, what that cost will look like. It is a question that we will be asking the software company as to how we can mitigate or control that a bit better. Thank you.
Would you be able to have a number in case, because I would hate to see us not go forward with that if they said, yeah, there is an addition to the system, but it's going to cost $6,500. I would rather know that now and take care of it this year rather than not have the funds. So I'm wondering if you could maybe find that out today or get an estimate on that. I don't know. I hate to put you on the gun, but I don't want to see it wait because we're losing out on fees. When someone can't confirm where they live, they use a parent's address who lives in Pembroke or something of that nature. So maybe you could come back to that if you can. And if you can't, well then.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Treasurer?
So I will say that the rec booking software project was paid paid for through the modernization reserve. So if there are additional costs, if we need to tweak the system a little bit, the funding can come from there.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. DeRoche. Line 358 contract under Pembroke Area Community Center, page 51. So $30,000 increase for snow removal? So staff don't clear the PM ice to ourselves, it's done by a contractor, correct?
Yes, that's a good question. So historically, we have cleared the parking lot.
Yeah.
And, you know, we anticipate that we were going to be clearing again. However, the adjacent property recently sold, and so we've discovered that part of the parking lot is actually on their property. And so there was a survey done. We met with the current property owner on site, and what's happening is where we push all our snow, so we push from west to east with a blade on a truck, is actually we're pushing all the snow onto his property. So in the springtime, whenever the melt comes, we're flooding his property, so on and so forth. So we have to look at a solution to be able to move that snow. Unfortunately, with our limited amount of equipment, we can't start pushing snow in all different ways. We've got a plantation on one side of the facility, and we've got Boundary Road on the other, and then our entryway on Bennett Street. So we looked at a bunch of different solutions, and the only way at this point in time is to actually remove the snow. There's nowhere that we can actually store snow. We also have a situation with our Olympia. When it comes right out the doors, we've always dumped the snow straight out there. We're actually dumping that on private property. So the property owner doesn't want that anymore, which I can completely understand. So we looked at alternative measures. We looked at what the average snowfalls are for clearing in the city as well. So we based it off of the average snow clearings in a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this brings us to the marina then on page 52. So in terms of the marina, we have decreased the fuel for resale. And do note the, significant costs in the 2023 actuals under the contract line on line 418. So we are having problems with our fuel pump. There's been some major gas pump failures. So as we'll see in the capital budget later today, the pump is from the 70s and needs to be replaced. So we are anticipating that we will have to shut down the pumps for replacement at some point this year. And so our revenues will decrease a little bit while this takes place. And so you will also see on the following page, line 53, or page 53, line 443, sale of fuel, that again, our revenue is decreasing in step with the cost decreasing. So is there any other questions on parks and facilities in general to council, knowing that, we have gone through some already?
Sir Plummer?
Since going back to the snow pushing at the PACC, since the trees are kind of in one area, but the city does own all that land behind, like past the trees, the city owns a significant portion. Wouldn't it be prudent to possibly take a section of trees out and make yourself a snow pile? I think that could be a lot less than 30,000 for contracting.
Yeah, so through the chair, so that is something that we've thought about. Unfortunately, I know we don't have much snow out there right now, but when the property owner approached us, I mean, we already had snow on the ground. So this was something that we need to take care of for 2024, the ice season of 2024. It is something that we are considering. There are quite a few trees in that location, so I mean, I think that the cost for tree removal will be quite extensive. The issue is that we may not be any further ahead because the adjacent property owner wraps around the PACC. So he is still going to receive water from all different ends of that area. And that's what his biggest complaint is. In the springtime, he has plans for development. And beforehand, I think it was the CN that had owned it. It wasn't a problem. But now that he's a developer, he wants to develop that land, he's noticing that there's quite a bit of water that's coming from there. So it's not graded to the street, it's graded the other way. So everything falls on his property, and his property wraps around the PACC. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to add to what the director is referring to, One of the other issues is the fact that the equipment that the Parks and Recreation Department have available to them is straight on. It's a plow truck with a plow on the front. A little difficult to maneuver around. An articulated piece of equipment is required to try and get things moved around the building from where the snow from the ice resurfacer is piled towards what I call the pine plantation over to that direction, to maneuver things around a little bit. An articulated piece of equipment would be needed. We have articulated equipment. We have loaders in our fleet, but when we have a snowfall, they're out doing other operations. They're not available at the rink. So the Parks and Recreation Department has to rely on their plow truck. So, yeah, we could purchase another loader with snow removal equipment and so forth. I just did some quick calculations, $225,000 for a loader, 14-year lifespan is $16K. Maintenance, blades, fuel, we're up to about $19,500, plus a casual employee we'd have to hire to operate that in the winter months, and potentially trucking. So we'd be upwards of $25 to $30K a year just for that operation.
Madam Treasurer, continue, please.
So the next section of the recreation budget is recreation programs. So that starts on page 53. So again, as with other budgets, we are seeing increases in the salaries, wages and benefits lines. We are anticipating on page 53, line 458, an increase in our the funding we receive from Laurentian Valley for the two arenas and the pool. We had only budgeted $315,000 last year, and we're estimating $340,000 for 2024. So that's a $25,000 increase. So currently the arrangement is Laurentian Valley pays 30% of the operating costs of the two arenas and the pool. The city pays the 70%, and then Laurentian Valley will pay up to $59,100 of any capital costs related to those three facilities. So on the next page.
I just have a question.
Yep.
The increase is coming from a built-in inflation factor into the agreement? Is that why the increase?
So there's no inflation, so the money we receive in 2024 will be based on the actuals of 2023.
Oh, okay. When's the last time that was negotiated? Councillor Friendly, do you remember?
Through the chair, no, I would say it's at least 10 years.
10?
So I think it is, and I've been mentioning the fact I think it needs to be reopened now. There is no COLA increase, there's nothing of that nature, cost of living or any built-in increases. And I believe so I was on the original negotiating committee to get that agreement originally established, and there was no cap on capital. And then our partners asked us to come back to the table because they were finding it insurmountable, the amount that they had to pay towards capital. But I really do think it's time we open up that conversation again, because as we all know, $59,000 does not go very far. So.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The initial agreement is 2011 pursuant to bylaw 2011-60. I'm hearing, I'm listening. And, but if I can also ask a question then, so that's based upon last year, but if this council was to close the pool, does that, I didn't read that part of the agreement nor anticipate that question, is the partnering municipality going to say, well, wait a second here, we're supplying funds based upon 3 facilities and now there's only 2?
So through the chair, so this would mean that the following year's revenues would be significantly decreased because they pay 30% of actual operating costs. So if the operating costs are minimal, they're paying 30% of almost nothing.
The comment from the chair. I know with Councillor Purcell and I sit on the library board, And the agreement we did have has a COLA increase in it, and the one we are negotiating now, we want a COLA increase continued. That's just a comment. Councillor Purcell?
I'm just wondering what other agreements that are in place that really need to be looked at. I'm just surprised that that agreement is that old. I know it probably doesn't surprise me in terms of some of the things I'm seeing in the last term, since November of last year. But we got to do better. Come on, like, you know, the increase in fees have to happen on a regular basis. These things have to be looked at on a regular basis. You know, these agreements have to be, you know, not long-term arrangements. You know, we leased the building to the grind for $1 a month, and it cost us $10,000 in terms of insurance fees. You know, like, come on, we got to start thinking a little bit more appropriately, thinking about the taxpayer. And when you talk about the taxpayer, you know, that's on 179 in terms of a median household. I could tell you I have a bungalow, and it's $305,000. So that's double that. That's a $500 hit. It's not $221 at 8%, it's $460. So I guess my concern is, and I think this goes out to challenge to all staff, is that we got to do better with this budget. We have to look at each line and really identify, is it really a necessity? We can't be everything to everybody, is one thing. We got to get back to the basics. What are we good at? What are our core roles? And really identify those and start working towards those and looking at efficiencies. We have to start thinking about efficiencies. We can't continue with an 8% and next year another 8%, next 8%. Yes, I understand the pressures that we're under in regards to, you know, some capital issues, but, you know, shame on our previous councils for not putting $1 away. And we're stuck with this. Yes, Ed, look in the mirror.
I appreciate the comment, Mr. Chair, but I don't take that personally, because I think the previous councils did outstanding work.
Okay,
And they
let's-
kept the taxes low. Because of inflation, et cetera, we're faced with problems, not based on previous history, but based on good judgment, which we're making here today.
Okay, we're getting off topic.
Sorry, just want
well,
to respond. In terms of good judgment, a 71-year-old PMC with not $1 put away. A pool that's falling down, 18 years that we've had the same structural assessment report. You know, come on. Let's start thinking about what makes sense, do this the right way, hold people accountable, get this budget down. You know, there's some work to do here. We're talking about a lot of fluff right now. We got to make some hard decisions to get this thing down where it's
Right.
manageable for these taxpayers.
I understand. We still have today and then the public meeting, then February 2nd. I understand your concerns. We'll stick to the nitty-gritty here. So, Councillor Fenny, maybe that's something you could take back to your committee, your rec committee for the agreement, because we don't want to get involved with that now, but I know I brought it up. Go ahead.
Through you. I don't disagree with everything Councillor Purcell said. I may disagree with the way he said it, but that's fine. I agree with what you're saying. Yes. I think we need to get that LV agreement done, and I have mentioned it many times over the last, ever since they got that cap on capital, I have not been happy with it. I mentioned it to the previous mayor. I mentioned it at many meetings, and you know me, I don't pull any punches, and I don't make any friends in the other municipalities because of it. They need to come to the table and pay their share, and that's the bottom line. Nobody predicted COVID. Nobody predicted 30 to 50% increases on all capital. So yes, maybe in the past, and I mean, I do listen to when you say maybe the councils of the past, which includes me, but even includes Councillor Plummer. Most of us have been here a while now. Maybe we should have been putting more away, but we're listening to the taxpayers and they're saying, oh, you can't raise it more than 3%. So yes, maybe we should have just pushed ahead and put more, but we can't turn back the clocks. We are here and this is what we have to deal with. So moving forward, yes, let's make notes that that is a project for this year, and I hope the mayor hears me, about opening up that agreement and in a serious way. So that's all I want to say. Okay.
Continue with Madame Treasurer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I just had a couple comments to make. So I'm a Libra, and I like things to be even keel and even Steven. And I know, everybody has differences of opinion. Everybody has, their own approach to how we're going to approach the problems of the city. And I think that conflict can be a good thing because, if we all, contribute, offer our take on different situations, I think we come to better decisions at the end of the day, but we still have to work as a team. So, I would just ask that, when we have differences of opinion, that we stick to the issues and we don't make it personal, because, from what I've seen from this council and previous councils is that everybody is very committed to the city. They want to do, represent the city the best way that they can. We can't change what's happened in the past, and we can only look forward and change what's in the future. And I do want us to work really well together as a team. So I would just, ask that you keep that in mind. And I guess when it comes to the agreements with other municipalities, it's certainly a very complicated issue. Because in accounting and in finance, we talk about, efficiencies and what are value-added activities and what are non-value-added activities. And we always want to try to reduce the non-value-added activities and focus on, what's really important and what our base role is. And I would certainly say that negotiations with our partners, in my mind, falls into a non-value-added activity. And I sometimes wish that we were just one municipality, because we spend a lot of time negotiating with each other on who pays for what, as opposed to simply offering the best services we can to our community. So I do find, and I do appreciate everybody's frustration. Having been a part of the negotiating committee for our water sewer agreement, it took an outside arbitrator to help us resolve our differences and work together to, I think, come out with what ended up being a fair agreement. But there was a significant amount of effort just between the two parties before that to arrive at the point where the only way we're going to resolve this is to have an arbitrator. So I would say that, based on my, short experience with the city only having started in, November 2019, that, these conversations with outside municipalities are complicated just because they also have significant pressures from their taxpayers. They don't want to pay a dime more than what they have to. They have their own infrastructure pressures, and, it's a bigger problem for the city because we own all these assets, and if they don't pay it, we're still stuck paying the bill. So we're in definitely a more challenging situation than they are, because our citizens still expect us to operate these facilities that are located in our city. So certainly agree that it's time, I think, to look at this recreation agreement. If we are going to repair the existing facility, we should be approaching Laurentian Valley for funding, and we'll certainly talk about that a bit more later. But I certainly completely 100% understand the frustration. And we have really been focusing the last term of council on the water sewer agreement, and that took, I would say, the bulk of the last term of council to get that put to bed. So certainly I think there's, in terms of staffing availability, more time now to approach our next agreement, which would be the recreation agreement. And I don't know if you have anything you want to add, or?
Well, I think you well said. Let's attack the problems and not attack individuals.
Yeah, the only comment
Don't
I'll
live
have
in the
about-
past.
Oh, sorry for interrupting. The only comment I'll have is, about a rec agreement. It all depends on what happens with this P3 sportsplex, so that'll play into the factor. That's the comment. Yes, Councillor Purcell.
My attack wasn't personal. It's about the frustration. No, it wasn't.
No, it was. You mentioned me and my facility when I was the mayor. It
I'm
was
just saying-
personal. I resent that, but we will move forward.
Okay, let's move
stop it
forward.
and let's move forward.
Okay, excuse me?
What I was trying to do is express my frustration, because we can do better. We have to do better
Yeah.
with this budget. We
Okay,
have to do better.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, we're gonna move forward, because, and I understand the passion, I understand the frustration also, the challenges. Okay, let's move forward on saying, go ahead, please.
Okay. So in terms of the rec program budget on page 54, line 521, our civic and youth awards, we have received feedback, I think, from our donor committee to say that, there's certainly a low interest in sponsorship for these awards. And feedback has been that if this is a city event, the city should ultimately pay, for this to take place. So we have decreased the donations a little bit just based on the 2023 actuals. So that is slightly increasing the budget by $3,100. So I'm going to skip over a couple pages to page 56 and again talk about Riverside Park. So in the materials line, it is being increased by $2,000 because we do need to replace some kayaks and SUP paddle boards. In 2024, if we want to continue to provide these to users. Skipping down to Canada Day, we have increased the budget there, so that's page 57, line 615, by $1,000 for fireworks training. The next section, which starts on line 636, the New Horizons Seniors Program. So I know this was discussed a little bit yesterday, but we do occasionally receive funding from the province for seniors programming, which we then, pass along and offer different programs to our seniors. So we had a little bit of money left over, and we currently are potentially anticipating carrying some of that money into 2024 to spend the balance of funding that was provided to us for that purpose. Our snow spree event, which is the next section, only a small increase there on the contract line, and I think that's just to price increases for some of the, events and other items that we rent out to support that particular winter carnival. Okay, so not really a lot of changes beyond that for this section. So overall, the rec programs is seeing an increase of $45,000. So again, a large part of that's salaries. So increasing from $360,000 to $405,000. And I will pause here for any questions on the different programs that we offer.
Councillor Frenier?
Yes, through you to Mr. Durocher, the seniors concerts, there used to be a separate line in the, I see it now, seniors programming. I just answered my own question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see the two lines separate, 13,500 for family, youth, and then seniors programming. I think that's been really successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next section itself is the Kinsman Pool. So again, salaries certainly play a role, again, in driving the cost increases for this area. Again, we're seeing some increases related to the rec booking software that we're taking on, both in terms of our annual maintenance contract that we have, as well as the transaction fees associated with it. If we were to operate the pool for a full year, just with our cost of living increases that we had built in, we are seeing potentially a $9,000 increase in revenues. And at the end of this section, we do have our non-recurring budget. So we will continue to work on our active living master plan. So we are carrying the budget that's left over from 2023 to 2024 to pay for it. So that's not having an impact in this year's tax levy. We are also carrying money from last year into this year to complete the work on the marina buildings that did not take place due to time constraints in 2023. We want to continue to put $10,000 a year towards refreshing our mini putt, which still requires work. We are looking to continue our work in directional signage across the city by adding an additional $5,000 there. Staff have requested an additional C-can for storage. So we did purchase one last year for fireworks. So this would just be for general recreation storage, I understand, of $4,500. We do need to make repairs to the Pansy Patch Park gazebo of $7,500. So this is here because it's not big enough to be considered a capital project. And we are looking to remove that visitor boat, which I believe is in the marina section of the parking lot, at $6,000. So those are two new items. So I will now pass the floor back to council.
I have a question for Mr. DeRoche. The seniors active living master plan, so that's been, you applied for a grant for that? Is that what?
Yeah, so we did apply for a grant, but we were unsuccessful.
Okay, so then what's the status then? We're waiting until next year or deferred?
I'd like to defer it. I mean, we're in the process right now of
Right.
doing our Parks and Rec master plan. So I think that once we have an idea of what will take place and what comes out in the Rec master plan, I think then we could utilize some of that information for the senior active living plan.
Okay, and the boat removal, it's good to see that line item there. I'm glad to see that. The boat removal at Marina, I've had comments about that. Any questions for Ms. Lodgety about the recreation so far? Okay, continue, please. Thank you.
So as I mentioned on day one, our contribution to the Aquatic Center, just from a levy management point of view, we have left it at the same amount as last year because we already are facing a significant increase. So we are looking to make a $255,000 contribution in 2024 into the Aquatic Center Reserve. So that brings me to the Aquatic Center Reserve presentation. I'm just looking at when our break is. Do we want to take a break now and then we can start after the break doing the presentation unless there are other questions?
I have a phone call I have to take at 10:30, so I would appreciate waiting to 10:30. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. So this brings us to the PowerPoint presentation that was handed out on day one. So we will go over the where we sit with the Aquatic Center, which is a bit of a summary of our special meeting that we had, and along with some new information. So, based on the feedback that we've received so far, I think the larger facility, I think, is sort of priced beyond what we can essentially afford right now with, having a therapeutic pool and a gym and that kind of thing. So if we were to look at just a pool, replacing the existing pool with more modern facilities and doing some of the park enhancements that we were looking at on that property itself, we would be looking at a project that's worth roughly 23.8 million. If Laurentian Valley was to come on board to fund 30% along the lines of our similar agreement, if we were to take funding from our Aquatic Center Reserve of 1.5 million, and if we were able to secure donations and other partnerships from both municipalities of about 2 million, we would need to finance the project $13.7 million to go towards, we would need to take a loan out for about $13.7 million. An annual debt repayment for that amount, looking at a 25-year term, 4.5% interest rate, would be roughly $920,000. As I've mentioned, we have been slowly increasing our contribution to the Aquatic Center Reserve just because increasing the budget by $1 million for a single line item is unaffordable to do in a single year. So we are trying to slowly kind of build to something that we can afford when the time comes. So we would have roughly, $600,000 of that payment still to make and increase through taxes. So spread out over, let's say, 3 years, that would be a 1% increase year over year and would put our debt level of risk into the moderate zone, which I believe we've moved to low. If we weren't successful in getting any partners funding from other municipalities, we'd be looking at a $20.3 million loan, a $1.4 million annual debt repayment. We would need to increase our levy by 1.1 million, and if we were to spread that out over 3 years, that would be a 1.6% levy increase for each year of the 3 years. So that's just a snapshot of if we were to replace this project ourselves and not look at other alternative ways of carrying out this project. So currently where we sit is we're looking at least exploring the possibility of doing a P3 and inviting a partner from the outside to construct and operate this and potentially operate this facility for us. So currently we have been directed to conduct an EOI process. So we're currently anticipating that this will take from December to May of 2024. Following the results of this process, if there is interest, we will need to evaluate these options to determine, if what is presented makes sense for the city to pursue further. And it is anticipated from Colliers this would take about 4 to 6 months, which would bring us to the end of this year. In the meantime, if we do receive some viable options from outside partners, we would need to take a look at alternate locations because a mega complex or a multiplex would need to go, I think, into a different location than what we have previously studied. So we would be looking to conduct some geotechnical work and some surveying to, be in a better position if we were to go into procurement, and looking at a go, no-go decision from council in late 2024, early 2025. If we received a go, then we would be looking at putting together some room data sheets and doing some formal procurement, which would take roughly 6 to 9 months, and then a design build would take roughly 3 to 5 years. So that is sort of the timeline that we would look at under the current track that we're in, understanding that, we can still go ahead and build the facility ourselves if after this year process, either we don't receive any real feasible interest from outside partners, we can still go ahead and attempt to build this facility ourselves and re-engage some of our partners about funding again. The other, decisions on the table relate to our existing pool and whether or not we're going to repair the facility or if we're going to close it. So it is anticipated that we'll probably take up to potentially the fall to repair the facility because we would have to look at exchanging the envelope in the summertime, and that's provided we could get the materials. So obviously the pool would not operate during this time period. If we were to wait, and if we do want to continue to offer pool services to residents over this time period, then we need to keep this pool open long enough for construction to be completed, which would put us into a 5-year window. So that's what that next section of this slide demonstrates. Now, we currently are in the process of doing a recreation master plan. We are anticipating that work will be completed in the fall and will likely provide some, good input on what the future of recreation in our community should look like. And with that input, we could look at potentially repurposing the Kinsman facility because the Butler building that the pool sits, under right now could still be reused. So we could look at some different options for a repurposing study as part of the 2025 budget and as part of the work we would conduct in 2025, and then look at ultimately repurposing the facility, potentially anywhere in the 29 to 31 timeframe, depending on how long the design build takes. And the design build, the 3 to 5 years also takes into consideration we might not be just building a pool, we might also be building arenas. We might be phasing that a little bit and constructing one building at a time. So that's why we're kind of looking at that larger time period than if we were just to simply replace one facility. So if we look at what's been included in the 2024 budget, again, we have proposed just to hold the line on our reserve contribution this year. It does look like we're going to have a bit more time to, pull together the $1.5 million of funding that we're going to seek to help pay for this new facility, one way or another, either through building it ourselves or through a P3. In terms of the capital project itself, we have included $370,000 to continue work in 2024 on this. So that would be $120,000 of project management fees, plus roughly $250,000 in studies, So that would be to run the expression of interest, to examine the different options that might come out of an expression of interest, to conduct geotechnical reviews and surveys of any new locations that we think might be feasible for what is proposed, and some contingency of about $30,000. So that's the breakdown of the $370,000 that's in the capital budget. In terms of the Kinsman Pool, as we talked about in December, we do have a structural review report that we've received. The report recommends that we need to do a series of immediate repairs now, as well as there are also some other repairs to the structure that are required if we're going to want to continue to operate this facility. So in my budget, considering that we'd likely have to operate this facility for another 5 years, if we still want to offer pool services in the community, I have added those two amounts together, and that's what's in the budget. Understanding that there's still, this only talks about the structure, and it does not talk about the electrical and mechanical components of the pool itself. And we will likely still have some capital projects to replace different elements of that over this time period as well. We did just replace a pump, but other things might require. We have replaced a boiler, so that's a significant investment, but there may be other items that will require replacement in that 5-year period to continue to operate. So the two decisions that we have are either, we're going to do an immediate repair and continue looking at replacement options, or we're going to close the pool. We're not going to offer pool services over this period of time, and we will reopen with a new facility, in potentially, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years time, probably more in the 5 years time. I know it is open right now, but this is a very, I'm going to say, temporary situation, because it has been made clear to us that we cannot continue to do the monitoring that we're doing, over the long term. So the monitoring we're doing now is only intended to be for an extremely short period of time. So if we're not prepared to take on this work, then we need to close the pool. In my discussions with the chairs, they did ask me, my thoughts on the pool situation right now, understanding that it is a decision of council whether or not we continue to operate this facility. And I did think about the question that they asked me, and it does call to mind a line in one of my favorite movies. So one of my favorite movies is the movie Ronin. And it stars, one of the stars in it is Bobby De Niro, who we assume is a hardened, experienced CIA operative, and he kind of offers little snippets of advice throughout this movie. And one of his pieces of advice in one of the scenes is, when there's a doubt, there is no doubt. And I've always taken that to mean, if there's a doubt, trust your instincts, or if there's a doubt, you already know the answer, but maybe it's just not convenient for you, right, to take on or to action at the time, because it maybe doesn't meet what you hope for in a facility. So certainly closing a facility that we've just recently reopened is a difficult decision and does not make us look good. But at the end of the day, we have to do what we have to do to ensure the safety of the facility. So we either have to close it and repair it, or we need to shut it down permanently until there's a new facility in place. So that, at least that's my perspective on it, understanding that this is 100% council decision in terms of how much risk we're willing to take on. So in terms of the capital budget, as I mentioned, I did include the immediate and the 2 to 5 together, and I have put $1.3, $1.4 million into the capital budget this year. So the funding for the project as proposed is listed below. So what I did, which again is totally up to council, is I've kind of spread the funding from the general capital reserves, the aquatic center reserve, and general taxation, under that understanding that general taxation is a combination of base funding that we've always had in the budget for capital, as well as the 1.5% levy increase that we're looking at in terms of our funding envelope for capital in total. So again, as I mentioned earlier, we only have $59,100 that we're expecting from Laurentian Valley. We could certainly knowing that if we shut down the pool, they're not going to be paying this 30%. We could reapproach them to say, you know, you already have some money in your budget for us. You know, can you pay 30% of this repair? I mean, I do think there's an argument to be made there, if it's still a service that we want to offer. Obviously, and we can't guarantee what they're going to say back to us. Looking at the repair of the Kinsman Pool itself, when we look at how much money it is, so we are anticipating that it's going to cost us 1.4 million to keep the current pool open for the next 5 to 7 years. And this doesn't include any of the HVAC upgrades that we talked about to kind of address the condensation that's occurring in the building. So if I were to take that money and divide it by 5, it works out to roughly $275,000 a year. When we look at replacing the pool, we were looking at a loan payment of anywhere from $900,000 to 1.4 million. So looking at the annual cost of a new pool versus the cost of just replacing what we have right now, it is lower. And understanding that even if we were to do a P3, we're still going to have to make payments. Like, even if we're not making a loan payment, there's still going to be annual payments to a P3 company to operate and, you know, pay for the facility that they've built for us. So no matter what, we're still going to have to pay for a facility every year if this is a service that we want to offer. I know there has been some questions about the future use of the facility, and I think, you know, we should be looking at this and preparing sort of a business case and sort of study some of the options that are out there. As we mentioned yesterday, Parks and Rec staff have no real base of operations. They work sort of piecemeal out of each building. They do struggle with storage for their vehicles and equipment and a space to work during the winter. So I would think that repurposing the building for their use could be a solution, but depending on how much space they need, it might not be practical. But I do think that would be something we should be looking at. But there are other certainly opportunities to perhaps take the basin out and look at pickleball courts, looking at perhaps a new sort of senior center space as opposed to, you know, the aging Victoria Hall, offering some community rental space, or potentially looking at it as a warming or cooling center. So, and there's certainly other, I think, options for the space and the location itself. And when we were talking to Colliers, they did mention that this is something that could also be offered up as a consideration to a P3 partner to say, hey, would you be interested in this facility and sort of taking this on as well? So there are definitely some options when it comes to, you know, using the Butler structure that we would essentially be replacing, you know, past the 5-year mark. So as I mentioned before, I guess in closing, the operating budget for the pool. Yeah. So the operating budget for 2024, similar to the updated report that was presented in December. For the 2024 budget, we do have maintenance costs of about $214,000. We have program costs of roughly $500,000, and this is reduced by our user fee revenue and by the money we receive from Laurentian Valley for their share of operating costs. So the net cost to operate the pool for the year in this year's budget, assuming we operated it for a full year, is $367,000. If we were to close the pool to repair it, there would still be costs, because we would still need to maintain some level of water in the facility so the basin doesn't pop out. So we would still, similar to during COVID, we still had water in the pool, and we still would need a pool operator to maintain it. And as well, we have an employee that's split between the pool and programs. So we would, you know, we would still have that to consider as well in terms of, you know, costs that we can't eliminate. But again, there are some program staff that would be a consideration. And as well, every time we close, trying to reacquire program staff to operate can be difficult. So, you know, we've had to shorten the amount of days we've operated just because we don't have the trained lifeguard staff available to offer programs and be able to, you know, help help run the facility when we reopen. So we, you know, if we were to close the pool, we are once again going to face this issue where we don't have enough trained staff, trained lifeguards to operate the facility immediately. So this would mean a slow ramp up, you know, and potentially some lifeguard training to be able to fully operate the facility again, you know, under our normal hours. So I'm gonna, so that concludes my presentation, and it's break time, so I'll pass the floor back.
Well, thank you very much for the detailed and revised presentation. I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions after the break. So we'll break and we'll come back in 15 minutes. Welcome back to our 2024 Day 2 of our City of Pembroke budget deliberations. We left off with a presentation from our treasurer about the Kinsman Pool. I'm going to have, at the end of the break, the CEO asked to speak, and then Mr. DeRoche, and then we'll continue with the topic. CEO, please.
Thank you, Chair. That was about 20 minutes ago. I don't know if I'll remember what I was going to say.
Yes, Councillor Keel had to get a coffee.
Yeah, no, so, I think there's a lot of information that's been presented and then has to be digested and a decision has to be made. The one thing that I wanted to comment on, and then we'll get Mr. DeRoche to comment further in regards to the staffing. One of the things is the PMC is the primary location for the Parks and Recreation staff. So anything that we do in regards to that facility, i.e. demolish it, we have to find a new home for them. So that's got to be taken into consideration. And then also too, and he can provide a little bit more details on it, but in regards to, again, closing the pool is, what does that look like for staff? There's certainly be like at least, maybe 2 or 3 that would be directly related. And so what does their job look like? Or are they temporarily laid off, or I'm not sure what the terminology would be, but, because their facility, that's where they work. And then also in regards to the lifeguarding and that. So that's just what I wanted to comment on, and I'll let Mr. DeRoche comment further.
Mr. DeRoche?
All right, thank you, Chair. So I guess the first thing that I wanted to touch on was just clarifying some of the stats for 2022. I know it was brought up in a previous meeting, and I think the number of a little over 8,000 users were at the pool. So that was strictly just for our drop-ins. When we take a look at our uses of memberships, we were closer to 5,500, and then of course our swim lesson programs were a little over 1,800. So this total for the Kinsman Pool usage was almost 15,500. I will note that it was a little lower than our normal average, simply because that particular year we were closed for the majority of January, just with some COVID items that had taken place, and it forced some facility closures. Some other things that I did want to note on as well, when we take a look at staffing, so depending on council's decision here today, it's important to understand too that, if we're looking at a short-term fix, which is recommended, so 2 things, one of which is that with the actual inspections that are taking place at the pool, this is for short-term and short-term only. So HB Engineering is willing to work with us for that short period of time. If we were to look at closing the pool for repairs, of course we would be looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of a 9-month closure, and then reopening sometime in the fall. If we were to permanently close the pool and investigate what this P3 may look like and whatnot, and then we come back to the table realizing that perhaps a P3 doesn't fit the corporation, this puts us in a very vulnerable situation, and it's high risk to losing everything that we have. It's important for council to understand that staffing for lifeguards, there is regulations and recommendations that we need to follow in order to provide lifeguarding at our Kinsman Pool. And with that, training one individual, one staff person, can take up to a year. So if we have permanent pool closures, we cannot train staff, or we cannot keep staff. Staff will simply just not be there for us if we decide to reopen or build a pool down the road. So I think it's really critical at this point in time just to understand that. Secondly, I just wanted to note too that, with a P3, if part of it is also to investigate, arenas and other facilities, it's also to understand that that is only a portion of what we do here in the Parks and Recreation Department. That will simply dismantle the department. And what I mean by that is that we'll simply lose everything for our parks and summer months, or spring and summer months, and into the fall. We'd have to look at, are we going not to have full-time staff anymore? Does this mean that we go to some kind of a casual employment? We currently employ a dozen full-time staff right now. There's no way that there's going to be full-time staff is going to hang around and stay to do, any kind of work for spring, summer, and fall months. We also, as the Parks and Recreation Department, we employ the most summer students throughout the city. So we employ approximately 25 summer students. We know what it's like to bring in somebody every spring, try and train them as best we can, get them through the doors, and then they leave us in the fall time. We start all over in the springtime. We have sports fields, ball diamond soccer fields, grass cutting. We've got our marinas and different facilities. And, it's really important to understand that, we need people with expertise. And, if we lose this to a P3, we just simply won't have that staff in place. And it'll be very difficult to manage a department on a part-time basis. Thank you.
So, Madam Treasurer, did you want to continue, or do we open up to council?
So I would think this is a good moment for council to talk about the pool issue itself. It is an item in the capital budget, so I think it would be this is a good opportunity to talk about the Kinsman pool specifically at this time.
Councillor Plummer?
Thank you, Chair. So I don't think any council member takes this decision about closing a pool lightly. I think we've all heard the concerns. We've all heard about staff issues. We hear about safety concerns about the pool. We hear about if it's closed for a certain amount of time, we may lose staff, or it'd be hard to recruit staff and again. But I think we all have to come down to it and say, look at the liability that we have as a corporation, keeping something open that we know it's past its due. We have reports saying that it's only a temporary fix, that to have weekly inspections, it can't continue unless we put the money towards building a new pool. And even at that, we're going to have to close for months at a time. So with that being said, and I will speak a little bit after with the plan, but as a clean motion, I would move that close the pool immediately due to safety concerns, city to maintain the pool at operating at minimum levels, so meaning keeping the water basin in the pool, and cut the 1.53% of new capital funding that was budgeted for pool repair. And then I'll leave it at that and discuss more after. Yes, thank you. So why am I motioning to close the pool? We know that there are just too many ifs and too many unknowns of how long it's going to last. We can't maintain the pool in a safe working order, having weekly inspections when a week inspection could come by and something could happen during the week. So for that concern, we just have to say we need to close the pool, and not saying that we're not going to fix the pool, but we need to close it immediately. The idea of keeping the pool operating at minimum levels, as we've been told during COVID, we keep the water in the pool basin, therefore it maintains its integrity. We then go out for expression of interest, so I think all this council understands that we need to look at different ways of financing a pool, and that $23 million on our own is just not feasible. So we go out for the expression of interest, we see what comes back in the fall, therefore we make a decision then, if we move forward with the new P3 model, or do we circle back and look hard now at the pool for repair? I don't think it's prudent to spend $1 million today, understanding that we're just going to have a pool for a certain amount of time and then build a brand new facility. We've had options on repurposing, but I'm still not convinced that repurposing is the right thing to do, based on if we do build a new P3, there will be space in it, understandably, for the rec department, could rent space out of the new P3 building. And we still would have an old facility with old change rooms, half the building's still going to be old, and I'm just not sure what we're going to do with it. So that's based on my motion, and also with cutting the 1.35% for capital new funding. We understand we're walking in today, we're an 8.5% increase. I just can't sit here as a city councillor and taxpayer saying that's appropriate, so cutting 1.53 would get us down to more reasonable levels. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, you seconded that, right? Do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Chair. I echo the same, concerns with the pool right now in terms of its past its lifetime. I think there is an opportunity for us to look at, how we can construct something a little differently. It's not like we haven't tried to look at, replacing the pool, utilizing some of our partners There's no interest whatsoever in terms of partnering so far, and that was very clearly communicated at past meetings. So I think the next step is to kind of look at, shutting down the pool, those weekly inspections and, looking at snow loads. And I know that there was an inspection that was done by MOL yesterday. Just making sure that it is safe to operate. And I don't think it's really that, appropriate to maintain that liability. So it is a tough decision. I totally understand that. But I think it's a prudent decision based on where we're at and looking at this budget for 2024. And I do think, it gives us the opportunity to circle back if we have to, based on the expression of interest, to see what actually comes out of that. But, one thing I do want to say about, P3s and maybe pursuing that a little bit better is that, sometimes you can control your costs. You know exactly what you're going to be spending, especially in the future costs. So that's a bonus there too. And not only that, since we started looking at this, is looking at the shape of our arenas as well. So I do think it's the right thing to do, save those dollars, take them out of the budget, in terms of the $300 and some thousand, I believe it was. And then what we could do then is, when the expression of interest comes in, we'll reevaluate at that time. And if we decide to move forward or say that we have to look at the repairs of the pool, we can do that, next year. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono, and then I have Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have to, first of all, send applause out to the service club that helped get that pool in our community. It's over 60 years of age. It started as an open pool, no cover. The city inherited it eventually for maintenance, et cetera. And during the years, it's provided a lot of valuable, exercise as an exercise facility for people, for therapy. But we have to come up with some tough decisions. Residents, I've received letters, I'm sure all of council has, from folks that are telling us, don't close the pool. It's such an important part of our life for health and welfare. It is not as though we do not have any pools in the community. There are 2 private pools at motels. People want to go and recreate. They can do so. I spent 18 years of my life, 3 mornings a week in the Kinsman Pool. I swam on a regular basis. I did the Ottawa River double cross with Bob McLaughlin and some of the folks way back. So it was important, as it still is important to us. But the choice I believe that has to be made is, as other councils have said, we have to close it, bite the bullet, put good money towards better money, go to the 3P outlet, take a look at that, see where that goes. And then if there is any possibility of proceeding with that, to push it, to the folks that have contributed letters to us, I say to them, many of them are not from our community. A couple were from Petawawa, they're from Laurentian Valley that I'm getting the letters from. I'm telling them to approach their council and their mayor and to express to them as they have to us. I don't think their council gets that same expression of, we need a pool in the community corporately so that all of our children and we can participate and stay healthy. And I think until that happens, and there's some pressure put on the other municipalities, it's going to be the status quo. So, looking in the mirror, what I see is a reflection that says to close the pool and proceed. Thank you.
Gervais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I won't be supporting the motion. I was more in favor of and am in favor of a temporary closure, put on a new Butler building, reopen, allow the expression of interest process to unfold, and see what happens in terms of the expression of interest process. And to be perfectly honest, I've said before, I'm not totally sold on this P3 situation, which I'll express in a second. As Councillor Giacono has indicated, yes, I've received a number of letters of support, and where I received them personally, in other words, I don't see any carbon copies. I have circulated or had staff circulated to all members of council. I haven't received any other ones, but I've done that to ensure that all members of council know what I've received. And I can say that I've received just as many letters opposed to transit saying, stay focused, you're not focusing properly. I understand that there is a petition coming forward. I spoke to a ratepayer, and I've shared that with one member of council. I spoke to a ratepayer last night, and they tell me a petition is coming forward to have the pool remain open. I would have liked to have a new pool. Certainly, I went into this term hoping to have a new pool, but certainly it's obvious that with escalating costs, blame it on COVID, blame it on whatever you want, but simply we can only afford what we can afford, and clearly cannot afford a new multi-aquatic center type of process on our own. Other municipalities, despite many efforts, are willing to put their name behind certain things, but certainly not willing to provide funding. And we've heard before that if we don't have a design, you're wasting your time going to the other levels of government doing delegations. So frankly, you're wasting my time, the deputy mayors and the CAO, to attend delegations to ask for money when we don't even have a design, which is what we're told to do. And council has decided earlier, and I respect that council has said no to a design of a pool facility. In terms of the P3, as I've said before, I have some concerns. I'm concerned that some members are so focused on the P3 that it's all the eggs are in that particular basket, and should that not come to fruition, then where are we? And I recognize the motion is to keep it, the pool open, minimal water in it and so forth, just to try and keep it going for a year and facilitate that while this expression of interest comes through. If the expression of interest comes back and it's no, so then are we back to putting a structure over the pool? If it comes back saying yes, well then, according to this chart, we're closing the current facility and keeping it closed for like 5 to 7 years. So there will be no pool in the municipality for 5 to 7 years. I've said before that I have concerns about the P3, that P3s are to make money, not lose money. The effect on the PMC in terms of Pembroke Minor Hockey and Lumber Kings, and that we would have to subsidize it, as far as I can tell from looking at the Bell Sinsplex. I've expressed concerns about and now realize from Councillor Keel in terms of orphaning employees if we tear down the PMC, which is an issue, not to mention the endangered species that call that facility home. In terms of the structure being reused, Mr. Lewis would be better to speak to that, but I understand that the facility could be reused, that it's a Butler building, you unbolt things and you can move it or you can leave it there, you can do what you need to do to so it's not, I understand certain councillors in the past have said, well, are we just throwing money away? My understanding is we're not throwing money away on that. I won't get too far into renegotiating the recreation agreement. I think that's better for a closed meeting to have a discussion about what we're doing with other municipalities. But I do understand that, and that certainly needs to be looked at in that venue. My suggestion was going to be, because I see that there's a hit in terms of Madam Treasurer's done a great job as always to try and pull funds from different reserves, but there is a balance there that needs to be financed. And frankly, I was going to suggest taking 2/3 from the transit reserve, as we did yesterday, and as even the deputy mayor suggested 2 months ago for the warming center, take 100,000 for that purpose. So I don't see, because I don't see transit materializing, at least not in the format that it's being suggested, but rather some sort of transit type of alternative service, which wouldn't nearly cost that. We've already made investments into this particular facility in terms of pumps, boilers, lifts, and so forth. And so again, if you're looking at, are you throwing money away? We've already come down this far down the road. I just have an issue with that. So to come full circle, and for all the reasons that staff have already mentioned, I realize they're not trying to sway us one way or the other. They're just saying, hey, this is the impact on staffing. This is the impact if you reopen and you were laid off, as we saw during COVID, what that did to us. So for all of these different reasons, I wouldn't support the motion. I understand the temporary closing part, but it's the cutting the funding, because to me, if you cut the funding, then we're not going to be able to facilitate anything else. Long story short, I would be asking for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Mr. Keel?
I'm going to start with 3 questions. Do we have an idea on what the severance pay and what costs were? I note that I did ask that question back in December in an email.
So we're talking about the permanent closure of the facility
Well, I guess.
or the
what we're-
temporary closure of the facility?
Well, I mean, I guess what we're talking about right now is certainly closing it for the year 2024, so I don't know if we're calling that temporary or if we're calling that permanent, but that's what we're currently talking about.
So, because I believe it's like two different scenarios. Like certainly we've laid off staff before and we've done that through COVID. But we haven't suggested changing the complement of full-time staff that we have. So we have not looked at what it would look like to lay off any full-time staff, and I don't believe if we're keeping at least the water in the pool, that we'd be looking at that scenario at this time. So I would just say that, laying off sort of the program staff would be less of a severance pay concern and more of a, are they going to be around the next time we would need to reopen if we weren't looking at permanently closing the pool? And then obviously if we were in the fall to look at permanently closing the pool, then I think we would have a better idea of that and we could present that information at that time to see what that looks like.
When would be the best time to close the pool based on current programs that are running?
So through the chair, we run programs 12 months a year. So I mean, there's really no particularly good time. What I could say is that perhaps maybe in the off season from school, so during the summer months, just because we do have a lot of school groups that do come through the door. Thank you.
My question was more if we decide today that we're closing it, like are there programs that, we might want to wait 2 weeks for a current program to end, or like if we're closing it now, I don't know that we mean tomorrow, but is it 2 weeks? Is it the end of the month? That kind of guidance.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. So yeah, we are in the middle of swim lesson programs, so we would have to look at whatever the end date is on those, and then maybe factor that into the decision. Thank you.
Madam Treasurer, maybe this is too speculative, what savings do we expect from the operating budget if we close it for the rest of 2024?
So we would need to take a short break just to make sure I calculate that correctly.
In that sense, I'm likely, or maybe I'll just look around the table and maybe look for some polling. Do we think this is something that we could get all our questions out and maybe return after lunch for an actual vote? Does anybody have any issue with that sort of concept? Because I think some of these numbers might be important.
Vanier?
So when Councillor Plummer first read the motion, I was 100% on board with everything. The mayor made some good points, though, and if I just could, regardless of what we do, if we find out the P3 is unsuccessful, and in September or October we go out for tender to fix the pool, regardless, is going to be closed for a year. That's a year that our community doesn't have the pool. If we decided today to fix the pool, it would still have to be closed for probably 5 or 6 months. 9 months, just to fix the pool. So irregardless, we're looking at a 9-month closure. So this is only tacking on it's tacking on a few years. What I'm getting at is, while we build the P3, I don't know, maybe we should be repairing it, because the community is going to go without a pool until this new facility. So yes, it's $2 million if you want to include the dehumidification system that we were told about the last time we talked about it. But our community is going to be doing without a pool probably for 5 years. We're not going to have trained staff. I don't know. I'm kind of tossing that around now just because of what the mayor said. We're going to go 5 years without a pool. We're going to lose staff. So if you look at the $2 million, that's $400,000 a year it's going to cost us to keep that pool. So we can look at it, is it worth our community for 400,000 to keep the pool? I guess that's the question I'm asking now. Still go for the P3, but like proceed to repair it and do both side by side. And we can decide when we want to construct that new one if the P3 is going to be our option. If not, we at least fix the pool. It might be good for 20 years. I don't know. I see what, has been said in the past, throwing good money at bad, but our community stands to lose the pool for 5 years. So I guess that's the issue I'm looking at now.
So, yeah, just clarification, it's 1.1 million or 1.3?
1.2, and then it was.
Yeah, well, that's if we went with the other one.
$600,000.
Yeah, but that's a separate thing, decision. Councillor Keel?
So in terms of commentary, I think I do think it's quite clear that nobody wants Pembroke not to have a pool. The question is the best and most efficient way to get to a new, long-lasting pool. Certainly I would have to agree, but I'm going to try and do it in a reserved way, that we are where we're at because of past decisions of council. But the flip side of that coin is that we are where we're at. And, continuing, we have a pool right now, and right now we're focused on the outer shell, but a few weeks ago, everybody was also telling me about all the problems with the change rooms and the staff rooms and and all of that. And one of my questions in December was, well, can we refurbish that area? Can we build out off of it? And the answer from operations was that was not a building that was designed to expand on. The idea that we might be spending $200 and some thousand a year over 5 years on a building that the best answer in 3 weeks is that we'll find some use for it. And I'm not going to spend taxpayer money and have an 8% tax increase this year, because the answer that I'm getting is, well, we'll find some use for it. If somebody offered me a free garden shed tomorrow, I would probably take it, put it in the backyard and say, well, I'll find some use for it. But I'd never pay money for it. This to me is less like, it's less like inheriting, grandma's dining room set, and it's more like a car that's breaking down. And at some point in time, you just don't spend money on it. So even if we spent the 1.1 million, the treasurer did say, there could be other things. There could be mechanical things. There could be electrical things. We could find out 2 years from now that we have a significant issue and are closing it down again because of that other potential issue, because of the rest of the building. So I'm just not convinced that spending money on this pool that prior to these discussions has been described as a relic, it's been described as a piece of junk, it's been described as something that should be demolished, and this is by some people that use it because they want a new pool. Now, all of a sudden, council made the decision, you know what, we're not getting a $42 million pool. I find it exceptional that suddenly people are like, well, we better save this. We better save this wonderful pool that we have. That's literally what's happened over the last few weeks. So I'm going to proceed with saying that I think this pool, it has done this community a remarkable service. It has probably been pushed further than it should have ever been pushed, but I think its time has come, and to spend $1 million and some on it, to have an 8% tax increase this year, to try and keep this thing, to me, on life support is what we're talking about. This is an expensive life support, and this is one facility that the city runs. We have lots of people that I guarantee you that there are if we were to poll people, there's probably dozens of soccer players that would love to see a new soccer turf or a better soccer turf. There's probably dozens of people that would love to see our ball diamonds redone. There's probably hundreds of people that would like new seats in the PMC and a new ice pad. This is one facility, and I'm just not convinced that putting over $1 million into something that is, we're not even disagreeing that it's at end of life. We're just questioning whether we should keep it on life support for a couple of years. And I'm not convinced. I've listened to everything. I'd love to be convinced. But I'm just not convinced. So I will support the motion, but it is on the understanding that I am committed to getting or keeping or continuing to have a pool in this community in one way or another in the future.
Councillor Friendly, speak.
Yeah, just a
then
final
the
question.
treasurer, then I'll speak.
And it's more of a question directed to was somebody saying something? Oh, okay, sorry. To Jordan. Staff. Are there any of these staff that could possibly fill other roles within the Parks and Recreation Department that may want to keep the job? Like, I mean, and there's other roles they could play, and then in the summer maybe be a lifeguard at the park? Like, I'm just trying to look at saving some of those jobs in the event we reopen a pool eventually and need staff. And I know we don't know when that's going to be, but I just want to ask Jordan that.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think that's a really good question. I think, to be honest, probably your full-time staff could probably be relocated if that's something that they chose to do. We have, staff in different areas of their life and in their career. So, I mean, a pool closure could certainly fast forward some of the decisions for some of these folks. As far as our actual lifeguards and whatnot, the answer simply would be no. You would lose your staff immediately. We're in the month of January, thinking about July or August. You've lost your beach program as well. Thank you.
Let the treasurer speak, then I have a few words.
Okay, so while everybody was talking, we did find out that the current pool lessons end the week of February 26th. And I guess as a suggestion, during the lunch break, I can certainly go and run some numbers. If we say that, potentially we would look at closing the pool, February 27th after the next cycle of lessons, potentially. So I could run some numbers on what that savings would look like. Is that, around the table, we could come up with what's the consensus of council regarding the future of the pool. And we do have a public budget meeting coming up. So we could kind of hold any final decision until, we've run through the public process. And then on February 2nd, come with a final decision, once we've given the opportunity for further public input, one way or the other, in support or not of whatever's decided. So just throwing that out there, because this is something new in terms of, we haven't had a separate public meeting before a day 3. So just a consideration to throw out there. Thank you.
Okay, I'll have the CEO speak, and then I'll speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to make council aware and kind of remind them in regards to the discussion that we did have with the engineer a few weeks ago. So like the recommendation that came through from him, but then also in regards to the follow-up with respect to the weekly inspections, that there could be some not opportunities, but there could be some situations in the very near future that we would have to close the facility in regards to having snow load onto the building until the snow is removed. So just wanted to remind council that that is also something that would happen in between, if we're talking the now to February 27th, that if there is a heavy snow load, that the facility would be closed until the snow could be removed. So I'm not sure if that helps the conversation, just want to remind council of that.
So just if I could add to that. So then, with that being said, like, no matter what, there's still gonna be some disruptions and some refunds that would be required, even if we set a hard closure date, because if we're not providing all the lessons, then we owe people lessons. So no matter what, we'd be looking at possibly refunding money. So we're not necessarily saving any administration in terms of if we decide to close the pool next week or in 2 weeks, or if we wait until programs end, there's still gonna be some difficulties, because I do think there is, we were talking yesterday that there's a snowstorm coming, and we'll likely have to close the pool next week to address that concern. So, sooner or later, it's probably sooner
Sooner.
is, thank you.
Okay, motion's on the floor.
I'm going to have Councillor Purcell speak, and then I will speak.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's the safety in terms of the staff and the patrons that utilize that pool. So as far as I'm concerned, the sooner, the better. And when I say sooner, the better, it just limits our liability that comes to that pool. We're paying, I think it's $800, I believe it is, per week for the inspections. Is that correct, CAO? Oh,
I don't know the number off the top.
I think that's what was at council.
Yeah, I'm getting a nod from the director.
Right, and again, that's just a weekly inspection, so, conditions change throughout the week. So, like they were talking about, that the snow expected next week, well, if there's I see there's wind today, and, those factors have to be, factored in terms of the decision to operate or not operate. So, I think it's at its end of life, and I think it's beyond its end of life, and I think it's something that we should do sooner than later. And again, I think it's just demonstrating our due diligence as a council. We talked a little about yesterday in terms of safety concerns and having a roads patroller. This would be paramount. This type of issue is to make sure that we're looking after the best interests of the safety of our staff and patrons. So I don't disagree. I'd like to see a pool, and I'd like to see the pool continue, or a future pool. But it's got to be in a safe state, and we got to be able to make these fiscal decisions responsibly. And I think doing something in parallel may not work out. So that's what I mean in terms of like fixing the pool and also continuing with the expression of interest. When we could be throwing dollars at a bad investment. It's just similar to an old vehicle that's beyond its life, but you're going to go ahead and change the exhaust. Well, meanwhile, everything on the motor's shot. So, these are some of the things that we really need to do, and I will be supporting the immediate closure of the pool, and looking at a cost recovery of about 1.5% in terms of levy fee for 2024. And I think that's a prudent decision, and it's a tough one. I totally understand. I see the value in the pool, but I think again, it's met its life expectancy. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I comment, I have a question for the CEO. So we have an engineer that has a letter that says recommend to close the pool immediately and then do the repairs. But the same engineer says that person can do a weekly inspection for $800, whatever it is, and keep the pool open. So is that right?
Yeah, so the discussions even with the Ministry of Labor yesterday was that there would be that weekly inspection by the engineer and then daily inspections done by staff. And as I said, like if there is a significant weather event, and it wasn't as much in regards to the wind, but more the snow load, that the facility would be closed until the snow was properly removed from the facility. And so that seemed to be satisfactory to everyone around the table at that time.
And so the same engineer said that if somebody said, well, could something happen with the roof or something, then he said it could happen in 30 seconds or 30 days, or is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So yes?
So, but the recommendation from the engineer, this is temporary. Like, we will not be doing inspections over the long term. So I just wanted to reinforce that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, so everyone's spoken, and I, somebody asked me yesterday, oh, how's the budget meetings going? And I said, terrible. I said, terrible. I said, it's a no-win situation. And they asked me about the pool and the tax hike and all this, and it's a tough decision. And Councillor Giacono acknowledged the Kinsman Club of Pembroke, who started the pool, and I was a 25-year member, and my dad's friends built the pool, and I have a special interest in the pool. We had our clubhouse below the pool. A lot of fond memories of the pool. But I'm here elected by the citizens of Pembroke to make a decision. And some of them are, and as Mike LeMay told me when I first got elected, and I'm a sensitive guy, most people know that. You can't please everybody. You can't please everybody. So I'm looking at the pool here, and first of all, I'll speak to the P3. The reason the motion was made for the P3 was because we had this asset management report. PMC needs millions of dollars repairs next 20 years. Pemice too, the pool's end of life. So it's like going to buy something. I used to sell Maytag washers, the block at the bridge to my dad's store. Somebody come in, they were always more money. But once you open it up and show them the washer, they said, oh, I didn't know the benefits of that. I'm going to buy that off you because it's going to last a long time. So there's a lot of information going around about the P3, and until the expression of interest goes out and council decides and staff, what we want in the P3, aquatic complex, AstroTurf, second ice pad, PMC replacement, until that all information comes back and we look at the package and the details, we won't know what's involved, And as far as Parks and Rec staff, I know, Mr. Dorsey, you spoke about the staff and what would they do and that. I'm sure things could be accommodated with the staff to stay with the city and work. Maybe the P3 could be financed through the P3 and the city operates the pool. There's different things that can happen, right, in a P3. Every deal is different. I do know that if we had a P3, the city would end up saving money versus what we're paying now to operate the PMC and the pool. But I'm not going to get into details of more on the P3, but I think it's worth checking out, and I'm very confident about it. The correct name is a multi-user recreation complex. Staff we call it mega complex sports. That's what it is. And I do know if it went ahead, if it was positive, it would change the course of Pembroke. A recreation hub, people would come, other communities would use it. It'd be a regional facility. It's exciting, right? And it shows the council has a vision. What's the vision for the city 20, 30, 40 years down the road? Do we want to grow the city? It would spur development in the Gulfview subdivision behind the P3 location where I think it should go. It's a Transcan Corporate Park. Anyhow, as far as transit goes, the mayor referred to transit, and on January 16th, the treasurer's going to come with a report with some options, and council can decide if they want to proceed with transit or not. Getting back to the pool, to me, it's a liability issue. We spoke yesterday, Councillor Purcell referred to it, the roads patroller need. What if something did happen? I've been thinking about this a lot. 2 weeks ago, I thought, it's okay, maybe. But what if something did happen at the pool, structurally? We'd be on the hook, right? And the other key word here is timing. The timing is not good. We just settled a 4-year contract with our staff, with the QP union, with the firefighters. We got a 3.05% increase from the county, which we have no control over for shared services. So we're looking at a tax hike here, 9%, 8%. So the timing is wrong. It's unfortunate, but the timing is wrong to add the expense of the pool. So the major thing with me is liability and tax hike. To put that on the taxpayer at this time, we can't control the county's shared services. We can't control what to do with the pool. So we're not saying we're closing the pool temporarily until we get the expression of interest back and then we'll go from there. If the expression of interest comes back bogus, then we can maybe, as Councillor Plummer suggested, debenture the money, 2 million, and fix the pool, okay? But until now, I just feel that it's prudent because of liability and with the tax hike here to look at this and hold off on spending any money now until the expression of interest comes back for the P3. So, anyone else want to speak before we hold the vote? Can you read the motion again?
Thank you. Sorry. So the motion is to close the pool immediately due to safety concerns. The city maintains pool operation at minor level and cut 1.53% of new capital funding that was budgeted for the pool repair.
And a recorded vote has been requested.
Yep. So Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Yay?
Councillor Ed Giacono,
Yes.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yes.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yes.
Mayor Ron Gervais.
Nay.
So the yeas have it 6-1, so the motion carries.
Thank you. Councillor Keel.
Can I ask a procedural question with respect to, Madam Treasurer, or do we need further motion on the pool operation expenses, or are you going to just bring back your proposed changes based on this vote? I'm just wondering how that part of it is going to go.
So based on this direction, I will update that section of the budget. And so we will have a new revised levy increase, or I guess we're decreasing the increase. So that will be part of, our new status, but it will take me a little bit to run the calculations, yeah.
CEO and then Councillor Frenier.
Yeah, and also, like, this is a huge issue for staff to deal through. And so I would say that we would bring a report back in regards to it. Like, if we close it immediately, that's tomorrow, I guess. But also, we'd like to kind of bring back what that means in regards to pool operation and staffing and things like that. So I'm looking at the director and thinking that we'd need to have a report back to council on what that looks like.
Councillor Frenier.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say, is that I think there needs to be some consultation with Mr. DeRoche about staffing and who's going to stay and what type of severance we may need to pay. And so thank you. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Treasurer, you can continue.
Okay, so that would conclude the recreation budget unless there's any final comments on recreation itself.
Councillor Frenier.
I just want to say, like, as the chair of recreation, our staff has always done an impeccable job of representing the city, no matter what the facility. And this is just a thank you for everyone that's, ever worked at the pool and those who do work there now. And just hoping that they understand the situation and the municipality's in, But on behalf of myself, and I'm sure most of council, we just want to thank them, and hopefully some of them will find a place within our city as well, still going forward. Thank you.
Okay, so we're at the point of the budget where we're going to talk about our water budget and our sewer budget. So this is separate from the levy increase that we've been discussing up to this point. Water and sewer are both self-funded through our water rates and sanitary sewer rates that we charge, in addition to our property tax bill. So under Ontario's Safe Drinking Water Act, we are required to prepare financial plans for our water systems. And this is to ensure that we generate enough revenue to provide safe drinking water to our community. So every 5 years, we do engage a consulting firm to prepare a financial plan and rate study for us, looking at our projected operating and capital requirements over a 10-year study period. So currently, Watson's had done this study for us. So the 10-year study period was from 2020 to 2029, with rate recommendations up to the end of this year. So based on our agreement between the city and the township of Laurentian Valley last year, this new agreement now requires the city to base rate increases on the 2019-2020 rate study, so the 5-year study. And we will need to be conducting a new rate study for the 2025 to 2029 time period. And the cost of that study will be funded through the new rates for that period. So according to the existing study, water sewer flat rates will increase by 5.7% this year, the metered rate by 9.8%, the flat rate for sewer by 5.2%, and the metered rate for sewer at 6.9%. And we did already pass a bylaw for these rates last year in step with our new agreement with the Township of Laurentian Valley. So it sets both our rates and the Township of Laurentian Valley rates for this year. So
I just asked a question of Mr. Lewis on the meters. Could you clarify the meters in Pembroke? New home construction, I've had people ask me this. New home construction, is a water meter put in and hooked up to get metered water? Or is it just put in and not metered? And apartment buildings also? What's the difference there?
A water meter is installed on all new construction. A water meter is installed on a single residence or low density, like a duplex, for backflow prevention use. It is not read for billing purposes. It's not read for billing purposes until a higher density. I'm looking at the treasurer. I believe it's 6 units, but I might be wrong. After 6 units, the meters are read for billing purposes. But on a single-family home, the meter is installed for backflow prevention purposes.
But commercial buildings like downtown are metered?
Yes.
Like a private business?
You are correct.
Restaurant?
Commercial businesses have a meter and are read for billing purposes.
Okay, thank you.
So I just will add to that. So we do have older apartment buildings in the city. So we do build, I would say the bulk of there are newer apartments that are built based on meter, but older ones, still a mix between build flat, build meter. And I will say that the commercial businesses downtown, because of the complexity of our very old infrastructure in that area, we do build some commercial retail downtown based on a flat, just because of the intricacies that exist in that particular location. And do you add to that?
So there are significant complexities in the downtown core and the buildings. Basically, if you look at one block, it's one big giant building separated with some firewalls in between, but servicing, especially back in the day when some of these buildings were built, the infrastructure may run from building to building and not necessarily from the street to each individual business. The other complexity downtown is we've got commercial development on the lower floor and potentially residential development on the upper floor, and trying to have 2 different water services coming in, especially if it's a relatively new residential. We're tearing up Pembroke Street now to get a second service in to try and separate the 2. When there is work done, if there's a major renovation being done to a building in the downtown, we try and rectify those situations as we move forward.
Okay. So 2024 water rates are listed on this next slide. So a single unit the 2023 rate was $544.65, so that's now increasing to $575.72. The metered water service rates are listed below that. In terms of sewer, our sewer rate for this year is increasing from $871.70 to $917.04. And again, the associated metered rates are below that. So when we combine the two together, water and sewer, the average residential taxpayer can expect to pay $6.37 more per month in 2024, with the different rates for first unit, second unit, and each additional unit listed below. In terms of our metered customers, again, the impact on a typical property in the city of Pembroke is listed here. So a multi-residential 8-unit apartment building, the bill would be increasing by $32.24 per month. A commercial retail establishment, their bill would increase by $11.71 per month, and a small industrial facility, $14.22 per month. So that brings us into, once again, the detailed package, and we'll start with the sewer fund. So that begins on page 75. So again, overall, with each budget, they net to zero because we raise revenues through our rates, and then we'll spend it on either operating costs, capital costs, or, place any excess into the different reserves for both water and sewer. And now that we have the water and sewer agreement with Laurentian Valley, we have to keep these separate from all other reserves. And according to our agreement, we can't change categories without their mutual consent. So any changes that we would want to make to these different reserves that we're contributing to with each budget would need to be discussed as part of our joint meeting that we have with them. Believe it's once a year. So if we start on line 76, again, similar to all budgets, throughout this budget, you'll see increases to salary costs. I will draw your attention on page 76, line 38, debenture interest. So we are seeing an increase to that budget of an expected $112,489. So the Town Line Force Main project is not yet complete. So as a result, we're not anticipating finalizing that loan until late this year or early next. So what we expect in this year's budget is to continue to pay an increased amount of interest on construction financing for the project. I just received word this morning that our loan with Infrastructure Ontario has been received legal approval, so we are now able to draw upon construction loan financing for the project. So we will do so and begin to pay regular interest related to that. On the next page, 77, line 74. Again, we're always looking at, over the past few budgets, I've been continuing to look, with the support of the department head, about fairness between budgets. And when we were discussing our GIS services, I believe it was the water budget was paying all of our 100 GIS costs. So we have allocated some costs for that into the sewer budget, just so that they're each paying their fair share of our GIS costs, which we use quite extensively to manage the system. Moving to page 79. You can see that in our non-recurring expenses, we do expect to spend about $75,000 on infiltration and exfiltration, which is essentially using CCTV of manholes for our relining program. We are looking to overhaul a centrifuge for $60,000. And again, I've been trying to better manage the split between operating and capital. So we did have modeling of fire flow testing as a capital item, but really that's an operating expense. So we have moved that into the operating budget with an expected cost this year of $17,350. So that was in 2023 previously budgeted in capital. In terms of the pollution control plant itself, on page 80, we have budgeted for a new operator or chief operator. I have budgeted for the full year for that position. So that's a budget of $111,749 in additional cost. So if we increase operating costs, part of that is offset by the annual revenue increases that we're experiencing because we're increasing our rates every year. And any difference, is adjusted through how much money we have to fund capital projects. So because again, they manage, within themselves based on the amount of funding that they have, that they raise every year through rates and what they have saved up in their designated reserves. And the director has provided more information on the need for this position, which we can talk about in a minute if needed. So in terms of taxes, which is page 81, line 222, there was an error in billing last year from Laurentian Valley, which was corrected after some of our information had been prepared for the budget. So we are needing to increase that budget a bit more than usual to the tune of $50,000. And as well, looking at some electrical costs, the electrical costs are indeed higher than what we had budgeted last year. In terms of equipment, we are expecting to spend more money. So this is page 82, line 265. We are expecting to spend more money on boiler diesel maintenance. So an extra $20,000. On the next page, 83, line 317, sludge storage. We are expecting to pay an additional $30,000 for a contract for that item, and the digester project may have affected the quantity for this particular area of the plant. In terms of non-recurring, we are looking at spending $50,000 for a screw pump rebuild kit for a lower unit. As we'll talk about when we get into capital a little more, there is some work required on the building related to exterior doors and frames, which the department is looking to address this year to the tune of a $25,000 maintenance and repair expense for the building. And we do want to study a potential replacement for the UV system to the tune of $50,000, and I'll just look over to the director to perhaps explain that in a little more detail.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the existing disinfection of sewage that outlets into the river is a UV system. It uses UV lights above a channel, just above a channel. As the flow goes by, the UV disinfects that water that's going out. It's highly expensive to maintain that system. The UV lights have to be replaced on a regular basis. There's actually wipers on each tube that has to clean each and every tube off on a regular basis. The system for cleaning that needs to be maintained on a regular basis. It's significant expense to the facility, so we're looking at other options for disinfecting that may be able to help us reduce the cost for disinfecting that.
Okay. So turning now to page 85, under the revenues for the department, we can see that overall we're expecting revenues to increase by roughly $275,000. So in this year's budget, looking at some of the increases that we're seeing on the operating costs, I mean, this increase is going towards operating this year, with the two big items being the interest that we're going to be paying on the debenture loan for the town line force main, as well as the new position. Sewer administration, again, is based on the split of staffing costs between departments. And again, with salary costs going up, this will also increase. Other than that, I believe the pump station funding is fairly stable from year to year. Not any significant increases in that area. So finally, on page 88, line 508, the transfers to reserves, we are seeing a fairly significant transfer to reserve this year, and that again is because we're not in a position to do Nelson Street Phase 3 this year. So normally, that funding would be directed towards that project. So we're putting that money into reserve this year in the hopes of being able to carve out more funding for that in next year's budget between gas tax, OCIF, and some of the reserve funding that is available because of this contribution. So that concludes the sewer budget, so I will pass it back for any questions.
Mr. Lewis, can you comment on the PCC operator and the need for that?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Presently, we have 4 operators. Thankfully, we have 4 operators at the plant with a recent hire. We've been operating with 3 operators for quite some time. We have 4 operators working at the plant. The plant is operational and manned 7 days a week, 365 days a year, on a 10-day rotation. So there are often times where we've got operators that are off after their 10-day rotation, and we're down to 2 or 3 operators at the plant, depending on the schedule. If an operator needs to be off on leave for whatever reason, then we're down again. It is difficult to operate the plant with only 2 operators on site, worse when we only have 1 operator on site. It's as I've said more than once, it's a highly regulated industry. We've got testing that needs to be done in the lab on a regular basis. We lose an employee, lose may not be the right word, but we have an employee operating in the lab on a regular basis, and that's their specific job for that particular day. There's nobody maintaining the plant when that's happening. It's an older plant. The plant's been, I believe it's 18 years now since the plant was upgraded. And it's a highly corrosive environment. So things rust, things break down, things need to be repaired. And with lack of staff, we can't be proactive. We're reactive. Sometimes reactive to the extent where it's an emergency repair, where something has just completely collapsed, the system has gone down, and now we're trying to do an emergency repair to do that. If we had additional staff, with additional staff, we can be more proactive. We can get more of the work done on a regular basis and less of the, things have gone bad and we need to deal with it. Costs for materials, costs for obtaining those materials in an emergency situation, of course, go up. We can't take a pump offline and out of the system, do a rehabilitation on that pump when it's appropriate in a proactive opportunity if the pump has just completely collapsed. We can't work through those systems because we don't have the staff available to take the pump apart during an off time, if I can say it that way. So it's extremely important. I mentioned it's a highly regulated industry, so we must meet compliance. We must be able to maintain those systems within the plant to a very, very high extent so that we can meet the compliance that's required. And I can answer any specific questions otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's funded through the reserve, the water and sewer account, or which account? The salary?
The salary is funded through the sewer accounts at the Pollution Control Center, but it's rate-based funding. So it is funded by the rates, the sewer rate from the sewer fund.
Okay. And just before we break for lunch, the town line force main, could you just give a quick explanation of what the project is from what street to what street and give an update on it and why we need it? And I think it's $9 million or something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Town Line Force Main project is a new force main, a twinned force main from the Town Line lift station that's at the intersection of Town Line and River Road, Bennett Street, Paul Martin Drive, that large intersection there. Our lift station is at that location. It travels all the way up Town Line Road, Deauville Drive to in behind Fellows High School. It turns at that point and runs through the unopened road allowance to the corner of Bell Street and O'Brien. And then it dumps into a sanitary sewer manhole at that location and goes to gravity sewer down to the plant. So we literally pump sewage from the town line lift station that entire distance through force main. The existing force main is quite old and has suffered some failures in the past, and we've had to do significant repairs. When we have a repair that needs to be done on the existing force main, it must be done under pressure. We can't turn off the lift station. The lift station runs 24/7, 365 days a week. It's operating and pumping sewage. So it's extremely difficult if the existing force main fails, if it needs a repair. So we're twinning that existing system with this project.
We'll take a question from Councillor Giacono, and then we'll break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Lewis, you talked about disinfection near tubes. There were ultraviolet lights that were dealing with the killing of pathogens, et cetera. Is that what you're talking about? Is there something else you're talking about?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is the system that we're referring to. It is a UV system using UV lights. The UV tubes come from the United States, and all the materials related to that system come from the United States. They're quite expensive, so we're looking at potential of changing that system out to newer technology that may help us.
Thank you.
We'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll return at 12:35. welcome back to our Day 2 afternoon session of the 2024 City Pembroke budget deliberations. I'll hand it over to Madame Treasurer.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. So where we left off before our lunch break today was we were at the end of the sewer budget and heading into a discussion of the water budget. So again, similar to the sewer budget, the water budget stands alone in the sense that monies raised through our water rates pay directly all of the costs associated with that particular service. So this budget will always net to zero at the end of the day. And the rates go towards operating costs, capital costs, and reserve contributions for the future when required. So similar to all the other budgets, again, we're seeing salary cost increases across the board due to cost of living and other adjustments. I guess the few key items in this particular budget is, I'm going to go to page 93 in your package. On page line 54. So we are expecting to see $11,000 increase in our fuel costs this year for the plant, and that's based on actual usage. So that's the biggest increase in that particular section. Skipping ahead a few pages to page 95. We are increasing our contribution to the filtration plant reserve of $25,000. So that will fund any major upgrades to the plant in the future, or at least help fund major upgrades and take away from our need for capital. Flipping ahead to page 96, line 199. We are increasing our contingency budget by $20,000 just because the plant is aging and we do sometimes have the requirement to rebuild, certain pieces of equipment, refurbish and that sort of thing. So, we do expect those costs to rise. And as we see in 2023, we have spent almost that amount, to the end of October, I would say. When it comes to underground works related to water, on page 97, this section contains under revenue, which starts on line 251. Again, our increase in our water rates will generate or is expected to generate additional revenues of almost $280,000, which again go towards operating costs and capital costs. Our insurance is going up for vehicles, but I think that was a correction of allocations between water and sewer again, as well as on page 98 under the GIS section. You will now see on the first line an overhead recovery, which is us charging the sewer budget for GIS contract costs. As we talked about in the fire budget yesterday, the cost of maintaining our hydrants falls within the water budget, but is then charged, with the exception of a small amount, is then charged to the fire department itself. So on the first line, hydrant rental fire department, you will see that they absorb the bulk of those costs in their own budget. Flipping to the next page, 99, under water meter maintenance. This is, again, considered a self-funding section. The Township of Laurentian Valley doesn't have water meters, and so we do have a separate rate that we charge in each water bill for meter maintenance. So because this is something that's different than Laurentian Valley, we do treat this as, again, a mini standalone budget, so any surplus at the end of the year goes into a water meter maintenance reserve, and then if we have to replace any water meters, I know commercial water meters can be quite expensive to replace when the time comes. We will have funding there to pay for it, as well as any meter upgrades that we might want to do in the future. Moving ahead. To water main repairs. So that's on page 100. We are expecting to see a $7,000 contract, a $7,000 increase to the contract line. And again, that this is due to the Ministry of Labor enforcing trench box use, which requires us to use an excavator for that particular installation. Again, under administration, we are seeing those costs increase, and that again is a salary-related item. And I guess finally, on the last page, page 102, is where we have our non-recurring repairs that aren't considered to be capital repairs fall under this section. And I do believe that a $5,000 budget was added for a community garden water service, and I understand that I think the need for that has been questioned a little bit. So if that is seen as something that's not required, we can instead move that into one of their reserves.
What page is that
instead.
on?
So that's on page 102.
102. So I can speak to that. The mayor and I are co-chairs of the Care for Community Garden. We're going into our 5th year of success. And it was agreed upon through the mayor and I and our garden committee, and in conjunction with, well, actually through the Pembroke Beautification and Climate Advisory Committee and through Mr. DeRoche, that we have a success in the community, and we want to focus on that continue focusing on that until we decide what we'll do with the Lee Street Community Garden. It's better to work on one success than go out and try something new for the time being. So that item is not needed. So would that be transferred? Yes, Your Worship?
Well, if I can, in keeping with what we've done thus far, I'd be making a motion to remove line 505, and exactly what the deputy mayor said. We have a huge success going on the east end. It would have been nice to have an east and west location, but we added 2 more raised beds last year, and so really, and going into it, the idea was that it wouldn't cost the taxpayers anything. So, and due to rain barrel campaigns and other things, grants and so
Yeah.
forth. So I would move that line 50, if that's proper, Madam Treasurer, to remove 505, and I don't know if you want it added that it goes to somewhere else, but in any event, I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to
Do we have
do.
a seconder?
So,
Yes.
so if I could just add a friendly amendment that we say that we're going to transfer that money to the water plant reserve instead.
Okay, seconder? Councillor Frenier, discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Please continue.
So I guess the last point to raise, because this will be coming back to council at some point, is that part of our water sewer negotiations with the Township of Laurentian Valley, we committed to do a joint development charge study for water and sewer alone. Under the old agreement, we had a very complicated, what did we call it? Cost of doing business, where, if they were doing commercial development of a certain size, then develop a specific calculation would be made, and the city would receive a certain amount to help fund, I guess, some of the water sewer upgrades that would be required either now or in the future to accommodate the additional requirements of this development. So in talking to, and in negotiations with Laurentian Valley, it was decided that we should have a joint fee that we both charge equally the same amount. And that way, it's fair in both communities. This will require, according to the Development Charges Act, a separate study. So we have received consent from Laurentian Valley to move ahead with this study in 2024. And we have hired a consultant to undertake that study, which will be Hempson, who did our last development charge study. So that cost is split here, but will be considered as part of the next rate study, because we are taking away from capital by funding it here this year. So I am showing it here, but it will also be taken into account in the next water sewer study that we do.
You're open for questions now? Okay, questions, comments, Councillor Frenier?
So joint fee, so let me just clarify, see if I understand that correctly. If Laurentian Valley wants to build a development or on our border, it would be a fee that we charge them for any upgrades we need to make to our systems. So water, sewer, maybe sidewalk repair. Would it be that kind of things that the money would go towards?
So with every building permit, we currently charge development fees. And I guess major renovations fall into that category too. And it covers a variety of categories of costs, which includes, the library, recreation, fire, policing, roads, as well as water and sewer. So what we would talk about is kind of separating the two, and water sewer is going to be its own thing, joint with Laurentian Valley. So any development either here or there that all feed into our water sewer system, if there's development in their community, there'll be money from that development coming towards water and sewer to help fund, the underlying infrastructure that's required to provide them with water and sewer services.
So on the same note, they would have a fee as well? So that there would be two different fee structures, I would imagine, because we don't tap into their water, we don't tap into their sewer, it's the reverse. So I don't understand, they would have to be different structures of fees.
So the thinking is it will be the same, we will charge the same amount to be equal to each other, because it's all one system at the end of the day, and that was the philosophy that we had with the negotiation, is that we're one system together.
Oh, okay. But that would not include like street lighting and, okay, it's infrastructure and it's, okay,
Yeah, this is strictly talking about water and sewer.
thank you.
And the one thing with the development charges too that have been caught in the past is that it's not for everything that you can think of. Like, it has to be specifically identified in the study. So, you take a look at the 5-year, the 10-year forecast, and it's all growth related, and that's what you're charging to. So if you think of something down the road, you can sometimes get it back into the study, but it's a little harder. It's got to be identified in the study up front.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments on the water fund? Mr. Lewis, just a quick question or comment on the water tower, new water tower project. What's the status of that and estimated cost?
We are still contributing to the water tower reserve for that, but we have put the project off for a little while. We're going to do the infrastructure needs study that's ongoing first to determine what we're going to need. We'll have to do a location study as part of that to determine exactly where it's going to go. It's likely going to require us to zone our existing distribution system for the various pressures, to regulate the various pressures. So that study is being done. There's also a capital project for a study for the pressure zones. So the studies all have to be done first before we can build the new tower.
Yes.
So I'll just point out also that this year is the year that we need to do our rate study. So we will be looking at hiring a consultant to conduct that work, but the thinking is that that will be paid in next year's budget. So there might be a little bit of cash managing for that this year, but that'll be part of next year's budget. But we will have to start the work because we will need to have the RETs set, I would think, at least at the beginning-ish of next year. I mean, we can bill on estimates until we have everything resolved. But that will be, I think, our first joint process.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on the water fund before we move forward? Councillor Keel.
So are we contributing to the water tower reserve this year? I thought I saw it. I just then don't see any contribution in the package addendum.
So there are two reserves. So with the agreement, it was agreed to that, because the agreement, I'm getting all my years mixed up. The agreement started January 1st, 2023. So all reserves before that are considered to be city reserves, and all reserves after that are in a new set of reserves because the Township of Laurentian Valley has a say in the reserves moving forward. So on day one, well, I don't know if there's a page number on this. I think it's page 49. There is a separate page on reserve fund forecast that's joint with the Township of Laurentian Valley, and we are contributing $200,000 to this reserve in 2024. Okay, sorry.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, and just to ensure the councillor, on line 205 of page 96, it's identified the 200,000.
What page again?
Page 96 of the package, line 205.
Is that good, Councillor Keel? Okay, moving forward.
So this brings us to our capital budget now. So I do have a short presentation on the capital budget itself as it was presented in the draft package. So currently there's $8.6 million worth of projects and funding that's carrying forward into 2024, with this budget requiring $22.8 million of new funding as originally presented. The next slide shows a breakdown of that by type of project and type of funding. So overall, we're expecting to spend about $31 million on capital projects this year.
But point of information, do we, there's a motion, sample motion, we need a motion to accept the 2024 water and sewer budgets as presented?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you for that.
so Councillor Frenier, seconded. Councillor Plummer, any discussion? Those in favor? Approved. Thank you.
Thank you. So overall, total financing, including carry forward funding, $31.4 million of capital projects were anticipated as part of the 2024 budget. Now, in terms of funding, we had put in an increase of $353,000 to bring the envelope of funding for capital from $2 million to almost $2.4 million. So I understand with the vote that happened before lunch that we have removed the increase of $353,000. So certainly, I mean, that's within council's purview to do. But I did just want to point out that there's a reason why our buildings are in the condition that they're in. And, every year we face the same hard decisions where we're trying to balance the money we really need for our infrastructure against the need to try to keep our tax bills reasonable. And we have a significant gap in even the $2 million envelope we have because it's not covering the amount of money we need to spend on buildings. And if we're not spending it on the Kinsman pool, we have a number of other facilities that we need to put money towards. So I would just say that by doing this, we are in a way making the same mistakes of the past in that we know we need to spend more money on capital and we need to, make a commitment that we're going to consistently every year increase funding towards capital because, we're slowly eroding our ability to maintain the infrastructure we have, and we don't have the ability to fully maintain the infrastructure we have right now. And I think the status of our building envelope is a classic example of that. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there as a caution to say, at some point we're going to have to bite the bullet. And I've been doing municipal budgeting for 10 years now, and there's never, ever, ever a good year to increase money for capital. But at the same time, I would say from a financial point of view, it's our biggest responsibility because it represents the biggest investment in our city. So I just wanted to point that out. And again, I say that with the deepest of respect because when I put this budget together and I saw the amount, I'm not happy with the 9% either. So I did have staff put together over the break, where are we at now if we cut this $353,000 out. And I did do a quick calculation in terms of, what this, not operating the pool this year will mean. So this is very rough because there is some conversations that have to be had with staff. So I'm quite conservative, I think, in this number because I didn't look at The operating costs, I just looked at program staffing of lifeguards only. So it's estimated that we would save at least $377,000 this year in staffing costs for lifeguards, but we would also not receive $186,500 of revenues. So, netting the two out, we will save at least $190,000 this year from not operating the pool. And this brings us now, with the other few cuts that we did this morning, to a levy increase of 6.05% levy increase right now. So moving on. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just wondering if we wanted to give the Director of Public Works an opportunity to comment in regards to capital, because he's probably the bigger component, like, maybe a comment in regards to, so are we now doing, in the past, say, 1.5 kilometers, and now we're doing 1 kilometer of construction? And then what does that look like going in the future?
Through you, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, and I understand, levy increases hurt everybody, and we're all cognizant of that fact, but reducing capital, not contributing and increasing capital, we all know that the costs of materials, the cost of doing business, the cost of contracting out is getting higher and higher, and without doing those capital, it significantly puts us into a backlog of our infrastructure. I was looking at our GIS system yesterday for another issue, and came across a sanitary sewer that was installed in 1921 and a water main that was installed in 1918. They're still operational, but we've got some very seriously old infrastructure that's still in the ground and operational. By putting capital back, just makes that even tougher to catch up with. So I wanted to say that. We have been doing fairly well with capital in the last little while. We've been progressing, but like CAO UNRWA states, doing 1.5 kilometers of roads now. We cut capital down to 1 kilometer. We're just making matters worse. As well, maintenance activities go up. So we may save money by cutting capital, but at the same time, our maintenance costs are going to go up. If we don't resurface the road, then we're going to have to spend more money on patching that road, pothole patching and so forth. So, there's significance there. Speaking to Madam Treasurer's comments about facilities, all city facilities, if we aren't putting money into those facilities and maintaining those facilities, they're going to get worse. It's going to cost us more money in the future. I will bring the example of the Nelson Street project. We couldn't find the budget money one year to do the Nelson Street Phase 2 project. If I remember correctly, put it off for a year. When we tendered it the second year, there was a significant increase in cost. So by putting projects off, we're actually increasing those costs down the road. So hoping that I answered Mr. Unrau's question.
No, I just wanted to kind of give it some context. Like a good example is just next door in regards to the failure that we had before Christmas in regards to the roof. So if we would have done maintenance, maybe $5,000-$10,000 a year, then we would have a building envelope that is secure. Now we're looking at immediate emergency repairs to the roof. We're looking at displacement of staff, damage of equipment because of water damage. So the cost when you do emergency repairs triples or quadruples the dollars cost.
Okay, Councillor Frenier.
So Councillor Purcell touched on something earlier, and I don't remember if it was this morning or yesterday. We have to get back to the basics in the city. And maybe we are going through these budgets too quickly. I mean, we give money to other organizations to run programs. Maybe it's back to basics, because I agree with staff. We have to look after our own house and the services that we originally were elected for. water, sewer, roads, safety, fire protection. So I don't know. I agree. I hear what you're saying, and I've heard Councillor Purcell and Councillor Keel allude to the fact we should have been doing this, 20 years ago, and yeah, we should have, but we're politicians, and we listen to the people that say, my taxes better not go up by 2%. And there's other municipalities that are in worse shape than us. And why? Because they've held their tax rate even lower. And now they're in a predicament too. I know one of our neighboring municipalities is not even going to pave roads, going back to gravel roads in some areas, because it's too expensive to keep paving and fixing potholes. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we need to say we're City of Pembroke's going back to basics. If you have an organization that we currently subsidize, you have the avenue of going for fundraising where we don't always. You have a nonprofit number, we don't. So I don't know what to say, but at this point, listening to that, whether it's like 6.05, I can live with that. And that's putting that money back in the budget. And I mean, when we sat down this morning, I thought, if we can get it down to 6, I'd be happy. After coming in at 9, so I'm kind of thinking we should leave that 353 there then, based on staff's direction. And right now we're sitting at 6.05. Maybe we'll find something else in the budget that we can remove.
Treasurer speak and then Councillor Plummer.
So the six,
Or just a second, wait, my apologies. Treasurer speak, then Councillor Keel, then Councillor Plummer.
okay, so just a correction. So the 6.05% is taking the $353,000 out because that was what the decision was. If it was to be added back in, we would be at 7.58. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, well, I just want to say I don't change my comments at all, but maybe it's back to basics time. I mean, maybe we have to find that 353,000 somewhere else in the budget and keep maintaining our properties like we should.
Councillor Keel, and then Councillor Plummer, and then Councillor Purcell.
So I know a lot of what these days is talking about numbers and removing things and adding things or whatnot, but I think having this more, I know everything takes time, but having this more philosophical discussion is not the worst thing in my mind. 12 months ago, sitting here in the basement, I think it might have even been near 12 months to the day, sitting in the basement with the treasurer, Councillor Purcell, newly appointed CAO, Mr. Unruh. One of the things I said to the treasurer then, because I think she presented a budget last year, I think we might have started at 2.6 or something at the beginning. And I said to the treasurer downstairs, and I think I might have even said this during budget, when we were sitting here in council chambers, I said, where is this 2% increase coming from? And, it was kind of suggested to me, well, that's what council wants. But my thinking last year was, number one, I think last year inflation was sitting at 6 or 7 or 8%. That's the inflation that the news is telling us about, which is a normal basket of household goods. And I said to the treasurer, I said, well, is the municipality's inflation ever 2%? Like, that's our household inflation. The municipality isn't buying household goods. It's paying for construction, which I think even pre-COVID, I don't know if Mr. Lewis could give a nod or whatnot, but even pre-COVID, I think construction inflation from year to year could be 8, 10, 12% in a normal pre-COVID year. So I hear Councillor Lafreniere, certainly not being elected, it was a lot easier to yell at council. Being elected, yeah, you're hit from two sides. On the one hand, it's like, okay, we do need to pay for things and we see the costs going up. On the other hand, obviously, I don't want my Facebook tonight being inundated with people yelling at me for raising taxes or whatnot. But at the end of the day, I don't know that we've been taking the medicine that we should have been taking all of these years. And even around, it's been suggested a couple times, I'm not going to name names. In fact, I don't even remember who, but it was almost even suggested around this table over the last day and a half, well, when we get back to 2% budgets. According to who? We might never get back to 2% budget. Like, that was a mythical number that councils, and I know it's not just our council, a number of councils have, we want it under 2 or we want it under 3. So, last year, I think I was one of the driving forces with Councillor Lafreniere and Councillor Purcell and Councillor Plummer. We actually increased the budget last year to put $70-some thousand away into a Parks and Rec reserve, specifically identifying the fact that we need to start looking at the future. We need to start putting money away. We need to start thinking about capital. And I'm not going to pretend to sit here and say that I'm some sort of genius or something and that prior councillors didn't know what they were doing. I am quite assured that this was not a City of Pembroke issue. I think that's why the province has mandated asset management plans, because I'm guessing it was probably dozens, if not hundreds of municipalities across the province of Ontario that wasn't making the hard decisions and doing the hard things. So the reason I'm taking time and all of your time saying this is because I think the public needs to understand that we're not talking about raising taxes because we're going to go giggle and say that we made it harder for people to live. We're talking about raising taxes because, as was pointed out, if you don't do something this year, it might be 10, 15, it could be more expensive next year. Every time, I think it was the operations garage, Mr. Lewis, did that go maybe 3 separate tries to get that operations garage? And each time it just kept getting more and more and more expensive each time. So, I mean, I came into this clearly not thinking we were going to get to 3% again. In my head, I wanted to hit 6%. In my head, I would still like to hit 6% if we can find that last little 0.05. But at the same time, I think we do have to also pay attention to capital. The issue is I think we need to look at it in not a year-by-year basis. Because I think that's what hurts taxpayers sometimes the most, is when they get hit with something sudden and unexpected. Had we done a 5% increase last year, we still would have been one of the lowest tax increases in all of Renfrew County. We would have packed some money away, and the budget this year wouldn't have started at 9%. It would have started a little lower. So I say this in the sense that I think we do need to discuss the philosophy with the ratepayers, and it's something that all of us need to do when we're talking to people. And I have no doubt we're going to have people talking to us in the next couple of weeks when this news gets out there. But it's more of a philosophical change and a strategic change than just the dollar. And this is the second budget, and the treasurer puts up the amount per month, and we sit around this table and go, oh, well, that's 8 loaves of bread, or that's something. Well, yeah, but there's a bigger philosophy than that. So I think it's good to have this conversation, and I look forward to the public meeting where maybe we can get some engaged citizens that not just come with their demand that we lower taxes, but they also come telling us more philosophically how they want us to do budgets.
Thank you. Okay, we'll try and keep our comments brief about the philosophy and that. I appreciate that. We want to move along. That's good.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, this is the biggest thing that we do.
Oh,
every year.
I know it is. Yes, definitely. Councillor Plummer? No? Okay. Councillor Purcell?
I think I just want to reiterate some of the comments that were made and maybe just flush out, maybe path forward. We got to look how we do our business, and we have to look at it doing it smarter, more efficiently. And I would challenge, going into 2024, that all the chairs and vice chairs really sit down with the department heads and really look at opportunities to pare down maybe some of the things that maybe aren't so essential. And looking at, getting back to the basics that we talked about earlier. It's imperative that we start looking at, we can't be everything to everybody. And I think, we've expanded and rightfully so, because we see a need in the community. And I'll be one to say it, just in terms of the warming center is another one, right? But, I mean, it's a short-term crisis, but, I mean, the issue is that hopefully we don't keep those dollars in place for a longer period of time until somebody actually takes that over. I think that's what we should be working at, is transitioning those individuals that need those supports, and also looking at, you know, the work that we do today. Look at the value that it adds, and really kind of identify the non-value added work to free up resources, as staff resources, and really kind of move things forward and allow us the efficiency so that we can transfer more dollars in terms of capital. So that'll be one thing in terms of, that'll be a kind of like a New Year's goal of mine, is to really kind of look at every spend that we do going throughout the year and asking those hard questions and saying, hey, come back next year and see, you know, with a list in terms of those non-priority works that really adds no value. And maybe it's just as simple as just educating, you know, our citizens and saying, hey, you know, yeah, you want the pool. If you guys want to come up with a 1.5% levy fee, which is what, $28, you know, but based on all our users, but you know, you guys want to come up with that dollar, the $353,000. You know, once you start asking for those types of commitments, people back away. They don't want to do it. So I really think that the value-added work needs to be. We need to be looking at what we're here to do, and really stroking out some of the things that we don't need to do. We started doing it with the transportation in regards to taxes, deregulating various different parts in terms of creating less of a burden, which ultimately creates less dollar spend, and we, you know, where staff can work at something that's maybe more critical. You know, so every time that we kind of have a decision like the Airbnb decision, you know, here we are, we're going to regulate something again that's going to put more onus on the city. For what reason? Like, let's start really looking at the things that we do well, the things that we're responsible for. When I say really responsible for, back to the basics and stroke out the stuff that's no longer needed.
Thank you. Do you want Councillor Giacono? Do you want to speak now before Councillor Giacono? Councillor Giacono? Then Madame Treasurer.
Thank you. I'd like to get in my time machine and go fast backward and bring my mirror with me so I can take a look at how I looked as the mayor. And also recognize that the mayor of our day today was the deputy mayor during my tenure. And during that time, I believe the Walkerton issue raised its ugly head. And under Justice O'Connor, the Clean Water Act came into being, which said that municipalities would become responsible for ensuring that their water and sewer rates were self-sufficient and would look after themselves. So that came into being. And over a number of years, we as a council brought forward fairly large increases in water and sewer. The public was outraged, of course, because they weren't used to that. They were used to the status quo, a little bit here, a little bit there. But in retrospect, when we look back now, it was the right thing to do. So I have no issues with that. When we look at other municipalities such as Whitewater, who are now facing 14, 15, 18% increase on administering their water and sewer, I don't feel so bad that we took it on the chin a while back. We took the criticism. We're moving forward. What alarms me greatly is that in 2009, in the reserves, we had $22 million. Now, if you look at the reserve forecast at the end of this year, we're going to have 9.1. So tell me now, we've jumped into our reserves for various projects, right? Because we didn't want to continually nail the taxpayer with an exorbitant rate that they could not afford. And now we're at 6.7 or whatever. We're looking at something in the 5.6. So who bears responsibility? All the previous councils who tried to save some money for a rainy day, or others along the way, and I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, who have continually, obviously, reached into reserves for projects. Because if you go back, Madam Chair, and I'm sure you may say that I may be partially correct about the figure, and I have a mind like a trap, even though it's old, we had a lot of money for projects, for capital projects that we could draw on. We drew a little bit, we didn't draw a lot. from 22 million to 9 million in a sphere of 10 years, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So should we, in essence, be trying to rebuild those reserves? And at what price? Who pays for it? Okay.
Treasurer?
So I will say that this is certainly going to be a focus of the Treasury staff over the next, I would say, couple years. So we have taken over the asset management planning, which makes a lot of sense because we're at the financial planning, I think, stage of the deadline. So we have to look at our levels of service this year and then go towards future levels of service and come up with a financial plan. And, I do hope that in this time period, as with other municipalities, they've identified that, they need to do a dedicated 2% or 3% levy increase every year, no matter what, and it's going into the capital, and they start with that, and then operating is its own consideration. So I would certainly hope that, as we look at our funding now, what this is going to mean to our infrastructure over time and where we want that infrastructure to be in the future, that we do, look at taking a similar approach to say that, we're going to guarantee at a minimum increase to kind of close the gap in our capital, as we work through this process. And I know, that's the approach taken with other municipalities, because you do want to try to smooth that impact over time, just so, because the taxpayer doesn't have the ability to absorb large increases occasionally, if I can put it that way. So, but I really appreciate everybody's comments, so thank you.
And I fully realize what councillors are saying, and I know we haven't spoken about it yet, but building condition assessments, City Hall, short-term, 519,000, long-term, 1.3 million, operations, 1.4 million, Pembroke Public Library, 1.5 million short-term, Victoria Hall, 630,000, and so on and so on, so. What's the amount in our general capital reserve fund? Is that on?
So forecast at the end of next year would be 1.3 million.
Okay. So we don't like to, we only use that fund usually when the project that Mr. Lewis brings forth is over, the quote comes in over budget, right? Keel?
So in the addendum, we were taking 470,000 out of general capital. The note, 150,000 for Kinsman repairs. Maybe I could find this somewhere, but what else is the 470,000 coming out of general capital this year?
So what page are we referring to with the 470? Just.
Nope. In the main, they don't have page numbers. They're towards the back of the package. 2024 budget schedules.
Okay, so we're talking about where does the 470,000 withdrawal from the general capital reserve come from?
So if we're taking 470 out, 150 is for Kinsman repairs, what's the other draws from the general reserve?
So the other draws are 250,000 related to a minor ball grant for the Riverside Park field drainage. So I don't know that that funding has been confirmed, so I will look over at our Director of Parks and Rec. Jordan, do you have an update on that grant application?
Through the chair, no, I do not.
So typically with grant applications, we'll use this as a source of funding when opportunities arise. And then we have 70,000 for our generator grant that we're applying for, which is part of an emergency preparedness grant that the fire chief is doing. Yeah, so the combination of, I'm just looking to see if I missed anything. The combination of those three things are where the 470 comes from. Returning to the presentation a little bit, we are talking a little bit about the sources of funding for capital. So if we flip to the next slide, we can see that for grant funding, we are expecting to receive about $4.4 million from grants. And I will say the city has been very fortunate over the past few years in receiving, I'd say, application-based grants. So we do receive annual funding for infrastructure from the federal government, from their Canada Community Building Fund, which used to be called the Federal Gas Tax Fund. So we will be spending a combination of the money we receive and what's still sitting in reserve of 1.5 million. We will receive about 1.5 million again from the province with their OCAF program, which is a formula-based, so they have a pot and it gets split amongst the municipalities every year, so that will go towards projects in 2024. We are hoping to get an emergency preparedness grant, but that funding is unconfirmed, so that budget, like that project won't move forward unless the grant is received, and then the balance of funding that the city has to provide would come out of the general capital if it's needed. We were successful in obtaining an Enabling Accessibility Fund grant for a pool lift. And I did actually get a check for it just before the new year. So we will have to look at the terms and conditions of that grant because we may at this point need to return the funds because I do believe we just signed the agreement. And as I said, I already have the check for it. So we'll have to look at the terms and conditions of that grant to see if we're giving up that funding now. Because they usually give you a certain period of time to spend the money. So we'll have to see what that time period is.
Councillor Plummer?
And I thought in a presentation, we were told that if that lift didn't go at the Kinsman pool, it could be repurposed to a new lift. So I don't know why we would stop that grant. It's still, I say it's a new lift. It's still a grant given money, so I think we should still keep it.
So it may require us to actually spend the money and install it within a certain time period. So we'll have to see, if we're not going to purchase and install anything until next year, I guess we'll have to look to see if that meets the terms of reference for the funding. So I will look into that, and in February 2nd, I'll have an answer for that. And so finally, as I mentioned, in terms of our application-based grants, so this is where funding is not guaranteed, and we apply and cross our fingers. As mentioned last year, we did get a fairly substantial grant from the ISIP Green Stream for Bennett Street, and we do have some funds carrying forward as we go start work or complete work on phases 1 and 2 in 2024. So in terms of reserve funding, so we are looking to spend 7 million out of reserves. That is significantly larger than normal, and there is one particular project for the plant that's driving that number higher. So we are looking to take 3.5 million out of the water plant. So when we get into the details, I will have our Director of Operations speak to that project a little more because it is obviously a fairly significant withdrawal from reserves. But we are going to be looking to remove money from a host of our different reserves. So as is usual, Every budget, we put money into our fleet and equipment reserves, and we then have that money there, so when we need to acquire equipment, it comes out of there, so that's fairly standard. Obviously, the aquatic center reserve withdrawal will be smaller now, so that number will have to be updated. And as well, we then have money coming out from our different water and sewer reserves. And I will talk about our modernization reserve coming up in a bit more detail.
We just have Mayor Gervais speak, and then the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is just to make a comment that going back to page 7 in terms of the grants, that we should be very thankful as to the grants that we receive. I know that the CAO and I participated on a Zoom call with I think it was Ministry of Infrastructure, because they wanted to talk to different municipalities about asset management and where things were going. And it was very clear from some of the other mayors and CAOs on the line that other municipalities have seen a reduction in their funding, and they were none too happy, as you can imagine. And so frankly, we were a little bit quiet because we were receiving increases and did receive an increase to our OCIF this year. So very thankful as to the funding that we do receive, because it assists us in balancing things and so forth. But there are municipalities that are receiving reductions, and they're forced to deal with that through levy increases and so forth to try and balance that. Thank you.
CAO?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Just wanted to mention that what you see here, like, it could be alarming that we are spending a lot of money from reserves, but this is indeed the actual best practice when we take a look at asset management. The idea is that on an annual basis, put money into the various reserves, and then take back or take money from it to spend on the capital, so it basically levels off. So the idea would be that on an annual basis that you put in, 2 million. One year you could draw out 5 million, another year you could draw out 500,000. So it's the idea of leveling the cost to the ratepayer. So this is common best practice.
Okay, so other funding for capital. So we have put in a decrease in expected funding from our waterfront donation and the work that's being done down there, just because our funding that we've received is winding down. And then, again, we are expecting to receive the max contribution from Laurentian Valley of $59,100. So that's part of the cost sharing category that you see in the summaries. And then in terms of other funding, coming out of the rates that we charge taxpayers, a portion of that funding goes towards capital projects in the water, for our sewer. We do have about $5.9 million left that will require financing through a debenture, according to our estimate. And then, as we'll see, we are looking for permission to pre-order a roads truck for future year delivery, just because it does take, the lead time now for trucks and equipment of this particular type is quite substantial. So this is showing as unfinanced, but in the year that the city receives delivery, the cost of that truck would come out of the equipment reserve as appropriate, and as we do every year. So I know there's been lots of questions and lots of interest since we did the recreation presentation. And as I mentioned before, we do now have an employee on staff that's starting to take over asset management for the city. So, based on some of the preliminary training that we've done and some of the preliminary reports that we have access to, we have pulled some information just to share with you, and this will be something that we're going to go into, much greater detail, as we kind of walk down the path, and we are going to be doing a series of asset management presentations in the next year or two as we find our footing with finalizing the next couple updates of our asset management plan. So we do have a couple slides on road conditions and sidewalk conditions. I will note that this is, I think, the condition sort of in the middle of the construction season, because when we go, so we have reporting software that's live. So every time we complete a project, operations staff will go in and update the condition of our different infrastructure for roads and sidewalks. So if we go into that system today, the numbers are a little different in there. But when we pulled this report out, I would say a month ago, currently the city owns and maintains 99.1 kilometer of roadway. At the time, our average pavement condition index for the entire network was 63, or considered to be in fair condition. But again, this doesn't include the conclusion of all of our 2023 capital projects. And again, more information on our funding levels and what that means for the future condition of roads within the city will be something we're going to present in the future. So we're going to try to forecast out, is it enough money? And will this, 60, the average rating of 63, is that something that's going to get better or worse over time if we don't increase funding? Is something that we're going to present, as we start looking at our financial planning. And just for your information, the system we have also does do some color-coded maps. So you can see from the map, in our city, what the status of different road conditions are. With, again, green being good, red being bad. As we look at our sidewalks, we own and maintain 66 kilometers of sidewalks. And similar to roads, we can rate them in terms of an average sidewalk condition. So overall, the condition of the entire network is 76, or considered good. But I think sidewalks are considered to be the highest liability. And, we certainly don't want to have, I would say, any bad sidewalks in the city, to try to reduce those slips, trips, and falls claims that we have. So as we're going to see in the 2024 budget, we are looking to try and increase the sidewalk budget from $124,000 in 2023 to $243,000 worth of work in 2024. And again, we want to do the same thing, was looking at the existing level of funding, and if we project that over time, understanding that the conditions of sidewalks degrade over time. Is that enough money? Too much? Not enough? So again, this is something that we're going to look at to make sure that we're happy with the level of funding that we have, and that it makes sense and is appropriate to what we're trying to achieve, particularly with sidewalks, because this is a strong area of concern when it comes to liability. And similar to the roads, we also have access to a color-coded map, which again shows where the good and bad sidewalks are in the city. I don't know how well this map shows where we're not going to replace, because currently we're only looking at replacing one side of a street, when it comes time to do work. So I don't know how well this map highlights that, but this is just for your information. So I know Councillor Purcell in particular has asked, about our building condition assessments and how that's going, and, what information do we have. So over the past several years, we have been doing building condition assessments to, have some, data ready to begin work on a long-term capital plan. So what the information that's presented here is very much what I would say raw data. So it's the information that's been provided in the report, but staff really need to take a deep dive into it just to see, if the recommendations make sense, if it includes everything, if the estimates make sense, because I know some initial feedback that we had when the Director of Parks and Recreation was looking at his building condition assessment report, that some of the estimates of work were in fact too low, and not reflective of the reality of costs and to building improvements that we face right now. But certainly based on this, I would say raw data, if we look at City Hall is 134 years old. We did a building condition assessment in 2022, and the FCI was good, and I think that's certainly a credit to the major renovations that we've done. I don't know how many years ago, but I guess to the main floor area. Like, we have been trying to maintain at least the main staffing area of the hall. Short term, the report suggested improvements of $519,000 and long-term investments required of about $1.3 million. So I did question, just looking at the summaries, if HVAC improvements were included, because the city does not have a modern HVAC system, and that is on our long-term capital, our multi-year capital construction forecast. And we have been putting it off because it is a fairly substantial investment. And it also does not consider any growth requirements at City Hall, which we did touch upon a little bit yesterday. But the report did recognize the need for repairs to our masonry and particularly the foundation, looking at our arches, which are on our radar, looking at our clock tower and the metal portions of our roof, which are going to require work along with the clock mechanism. Looking at the back stair and back kitchen was certainly on the radar as well. And all the reports had life safety recommendations, and some of these recommendations are suggestions because, you know, building code has been sort of grandfathered in, but I would say across the board, all of our older buildings have recommendations related to, you know, old safety devices that need to upgrade. So that's like our fire alarm system is, you know, pretty traditional, if I can say it that way, as well as I think they all made reference to having an eye wash station and a better slop sink, which is, I think, part of new building code standards today. So similar to City Hall, we had a report done for the operations building. So excluding that back shed that we're currently in the process of replacing, the last building condition assessment we did was in 2022. We have, you know, different ages for the different facilities. The admin building is newest, it's 21 years old. So I think that's what's driving the FCI of being good. But short term, we have work that's needed of about 1.5 and the same with long term. And if you look at the ages, that back garage, which is like in behind, or I guess depending on where you're going, it's sort of divided into two sections. So we have the inventory section where stores is and the mechanics garage. The inventory section is 70 years old and the mechanics garage is 50 years old. So definitely an aging facility back there. Short-term repairs, the parking lot needs work. The garage needs new siding with similar life safety recommendations as compared to the hall. The Pembroke Public Library is 109 years old. We again did a building condition assessment in 2022. $1.5 million worth of work was recommended in the short term and $700 in the long term. With again looking at the replacement of the windows, the roof, some rad work, the lift, wiring, lighting, heating. So there was quite an extensive list for the library. Victoria Hall is 139 years old and it's considered to be in poor condition. And I would think there is quite a bit of work that's needed, and we have been taking some steps to that. And I think that speaks to, you know, the leaking we have with the roof and some of the damage upstairs that's happened. So short term, they made suggestions of $630,000 of repairs and about similar into the long term. With again, also the need to look at the windows, the fire escape, the ceiling system, the boiler, air conditioning, and radiators. If we turn now to our, I guess, our water sewer buildings, we also have building condition assessments done for those buildings. Now again, any work related to these would come out of water rates and sewer rates. But again, we're seeing quite a significant amount of short-term work that's recommended. So the PCC building is listed as 56 years old, but I don't think that takes into account, I guess, different upgrades over the years. And their building condition assessment, I would say all the building condition assessments are pre-COVID. So again, the numbers might be a little light, but short-term, $1.2 million worth of work recommended for the PCC, 5.6 long-term. The quarry reservoir is considered to be 40 years old with $226,000 required short-term and 2.5 long-term. And the water purification plant is 39 years old with 1.8 million required short-term and 4.3 long-term. So this is just to give you a bit of a flavor of some of the building condition assessments that are coming back. Now with this next deadline that we have, the city did commission additional building condition assessment reports for our new buildings that we have thus far, you know, not considered a priority in getting those done, as well as all of our non-core buildings. So that would include the fire hall, the police, the OPP station, as well as our other recreation facilities. That includes the field house, the marina buildings, the waterfront washrooms, the various buildings in Riverside Park, the Rotary Park Field House, and the annex that the Recreation Department uses. And I have not been in the Marina buildings, but I heard they're in need of some love. I don't know if I want to go in them.
So we're going to take, we can continue this after the break. We'll take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 2:05. Welcome back to our afternoon session of our 2024 City of Pembroke Budget Deliberations, Day 2. We left off at building condition assessments. I'll hand it back over to Madame Treasurer.
So I guess, does council have any questions before I move on to the IT plan?
Councillor Purcell.
Chair. First of all, I just want to say thank you very much for the building condition assessment report that's actually presented. Thanks for compiling all the information. It just kind of, when you see it in black and white and you see it, on a page, just in terms of the age of all our buildings and in terms of, their conditions and looking at even just the short term. I mean, just those four buildings, City Hall, the Operations Building, Pembroke Library, and Victoria Hall, totals about $4 million, a little over $4 million, which is $8,000 a year. Right? So that's like 3% increase just right there, just to maintain the buildings in good operations. So I think I just wanted to kind of point that out just so that our viewers really understand the challenges that we have. And just because we have the properties, you have to maintain the properties. And I think we need to kind of consider a longer term approach. And I was just talking off camera with the treasurers, looking at maybe a 10-year approach in terms of looking at longer terms instead of just kind of like council term to council term. Because I do think that we're doing a disservice to our residents and the people that utilize these services and count on some of these these facilities being operational. So I think we can all agree that we've got some work to do. And again, I think it just demonstrates the work that we have to do in this 2024 is looking at paring down, again, maybe it's selling property, maybe it's disposing of properties and looking at other options in terms of how we're going to conduct our business moving forward. But I think we have to have those discussions and start looking at how we can spend those dollars. Are we spending them appropriately, or is it better off to look at a different arrangement, similar to what we're doing with the sportsplex idea? But I mean, we can't build everything new. But maybe, if you look at a 10-year strategy and reduce some of the liabilities to this council and to the city in terms of, major repairs to old infrastructure and old buildings, we have to kind of look at, do we need them? And is there a way that we can work smarter and not harder? Thank you.
Councillor Frenier.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Yeah, Councillor Purcell and I were talking about this, and that's exactly it. Much like the water and sewer study that we had done a few years ago, it gave us projections. It listed the work that would need to be done, the capital that would need to be put away, and we implement those increases based on that study. So I think we need something similar that's going to tell us, okay, this minimum increase next year will be this, and we know ahead of it. Something else I wanted to mention was councils of the day, in the terms that I've been here, were faced with replacement of buildings too. We were faced with large capital to improve the old police station. We built new. The fire hall, we built new. A new fire truck. And we didn't have the reserves in place at those times either. As you see, the debentures for those are still on the paper. So yeah, we were faced with lots of challenges too. We took them one at a time. The problem is now we have multiple facilities all hitting the fan at the same time. So I would certainly be in favor if we could get some kind of analysis done to say, okay, for the next 5 years, you need to increase the taxes by this much just to catch up and make sure that we're going to be prepared for whatever steps we take. Thank you.
Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the province, through the asset management plan, has given us the tools to move forward. And without the asset management reporting, grants are next to nil. You won't get one. So I know that many surrounding municipalities are struggling still to set up an asset management plan. So I believe what we're talking about here is long-term planning through that asset management system, and the reporting from the various committees give us kind of a long-term plan. We know, for example, that we're going to need a new fire truck, not right now, but down the road. So, funding has been set aside, and compared to what we bought it for $1 million, and now you're looking at $4 million, that's today. And 4 or 5 years from now, it's going to be a lot more money. So part of that asset management has to deal with projections into the future as to what costs will be based on inflation, et cetera. And I think the tools are in place, and operations and various departments are coming together with the knowledge that they're just not planning for this year next, but for down the road. Thank you.
So if I could speak from the chair, I had the same conversation at break time with Mr. Lewis, who used to do the asset management. And I was saying, for $4 million on one page, you can buy and everything and build a building, right? But it's millions of dollars. So he was saying that Madame Treasurer, who's in charge of her department's asset management now, still has some building assessments to do, and then come back with a plan, a long-range plan down for buildings and building replacement, and we can talk about that, with our committee. Councillor Giacono and I sit on with the treasurer.
Okay, so just a quick update on our IT plan. So this is part of the modernization corporate IT, the corporate IT improvements modernization line that's in the 2024 capital project listing. So just a bit of background again. So in 2021, the council formally allocated the city's modernization reserve to fund the following projects. So it was, and we did this to take advantage of additional funding opportunities. So the fleet management system and the work order system from operations, we did receive additional money for through a grant application. And in order to qualify for that application, we had to say what the existing modernization reserve funding that we had was going to be used for. So we did identify a number of projects. We did provide some money to the airport, but the bulk of the money was for an organizational structural review, a document management system and records digitization, and a long-term IT plan. So based on our list of projects that were kind of allocated towards that modernization reserve that we have, we continue to make our way down this list of projects. So we have successfully completed a number of projects. We have improved and acquired accessibility software. We have automated our PO system, so we now have an electronic PO system for all major purchases. In this year, and I will include some commentary in my year-end report, but we have successfully implemented a new payroll timekeeping system across the city now. So we're still, it's still, very new for operations and recreation, but we have eliminated all of our paper timekeeping, and we have made our process more efficient. And that's just been completed in 2023, and that's thanks to, in large part, the hard work of my payroll administrator, Angie Andrews, who has been so dedicated in working this project, rolling it out department by department since May. So a big thank you to her. My microphone ran out of gas there. So again, that's certainly the payroll project is in large part to my my payroll administrator, Angie Andrews, who has slowly been rolling this out department by department, and it's been a massive job in addition to an already very busy job, and I really appreciate all her work on that. I know Joanne Shute and and oh my goodness, Sarah, thank you. Frederick and Jordan's group have been working tirelessly on a recreation online booking and payment software. So that's our new ActiveNet system. And they've done that while their regular job has not gone away. And I know they've worked weekends in the summertime to the point where their spouses didn't weren't too happy with them anymore, I think, some weekends, in trying to put together an online recreation booking and payment software. So it's, thanks in large part to those two ladies that we have completed the implementation. So we're still going to need to tweak that system a little bit in 2024. But we have implemented that software as well. So I would say those are two, fairly significant projects under our belts at this point. We are still working on trying to automate some inventory, and we are having some software bugs at the moment that we're just waiting for our software provider to fix. So that's going to push into this year, into 2024. Looking ahead, as we talked about in the ECDEV budget, we are talking about moving forward a citizen engagement tool to be the next priority. So that's something that Heather Sutherland would, I think, champion this coming year. And then to assist with some of this long-term planning, we would look at potentially some asset management budgeting software in the years to come. Again, we are pushing our records project a little bit lower on the list, as well as looking at some kind of council meeting management software. And I do have on my radar that I would like to look at our accounts payable invoice approval process to try to digitize that workflow. But it's too soon to say if that's going to require time or money or both. So just to give you a bit of an update on that as we, try to continue to modernize our services and, use software to make sure, we're operating as efficiently as we can. So I guess that brings us to our capital projects themselves. And I know we don't have a ton of time, so I'm going to go through the list fairly quickly and see what questions you have. So as with, past capital budgets, we do our best to try to prioritize projects with a funding envelope that we have. There are always a lot more projects than what we have funding for, and every year there's some very difficult decisions that have to be made in terms of what projects make the cut or not. So I do like to thank my two directors in the corner, Brian Lewis and Jordan DeRoche, because I do often come back to them and say, we need to cut more. And, I'm sure they cry a little bit on the inside, and then we keep going. So in terms of this year's projects, we do need to make some, I would say, critical foundation repairs at City Hall. So we are looking at potentially $100,000 for that budget. I will say we have a family of raccoons that are making their way into the basement right now. So the small holes in our foundation that used to only allow mice and the occasional squirrel or chipmunk has now increased in size to now allow full-sized adult raccoons to get into the building. So I think we're at the point where we can't put that one off anymore. And we are looking, because that will require a stonemason likely from Ottawa, to also look at the laneway wall to see if there's some repairs that need to be made there as well. Because of the age and condition of the main floor kitchen and back stairway level, we are looking to do a full renovation of that space. So looking at $150,000 budget for that before carry forward. So we had started planning for that in this year's budget. I'm sure an item which I will pause at is council chamber furniture.
Keel?
We are not spending $40,000 on council chamber furniture, but I'm assuming what you don't want me to do is to remove that from the budget to try and keep our capital expenditures. So are we, I guess I could motion to remove it, but I'm not going to, because we are trying to keep our capital budget. So, Madam Treasurer, would this be more of a scenario where we where we motion for you to reallocate that 40,000, and then you can go back with your staff and figure out where it's best put? Is that maybe, I don't know if that's you or Mr. Unruh, like what best practice are you looking for if we're not cutting from the capital budget?
So I think for this particular item, given the roof situation that we have, I would ask that be reallocated to foundation repairs and contingency for City Hall. because the contingency part is, we do have a failure, like, we had our air conditioning blowout last year. We have some roof repairs we need to have done, so I think that will help alleviate some budgetary pressures.
Then I would so move.
Okay.
Seconded by the mayor. Motion on the floor to reallocate the 40,000 for furniture to City Hall repairs / contingency fund. Discussion? Councillor Jacquino?
If our chairs fail, do we bring a lawn chair? Thank you.
Folding chair.
It comes with a free raccoon, Councillor Jacquino.
Folding chair. Yeah. Call the question. Those in favor? Carried. Next item, Madame?
So every year, we allocate a certain amount of the budget for IT equipment itself. So the budget, and this is an annual budget that we carry every year of 60,000, so that is holding into this year's budget. Corporate IT improvements, modernization, so that's the ongoing projects we just discussed, so any one-time costs related to any of those projects, and sort of wrapping up some additional costs that will be required for the rec booking software would come out of that funding, as well as just digitizing records themselves. The Kinsman Pool contingency, the $50,000, I would say I would still hang on to that money, just because if we're keeping water in the facility, something could fail. So I would say we would leave that budget in there. Obviously, the next one is coming out for now. The lift, I will look at a little more. In terms of the aquatics center, we have discussed that as being just study and project management costs. In terms of our two arenas, Pemice 2, we're looking at an activity room floor and replacing or twinning brine pumps. The PMC is looking at floor replacement, a chiller replacement, and continuing work on replacing an electrical transformer. Kiwanis Fieldhouse, in conjunction with the Kiwanis, we're looking at doing a possible elevator design. And I know the CBO has been busy doing some preliminary work on that. Similar to City Hall, Victoria Hall also has foundation repairs that are required. So we're looking at tendering foundation repairs together for both facilities. So again, we'd only have one contractor coming in for both jobs. There is some question about, is that enough money? So I think we would likely tell them, they have 2 years to complete the work, and as a way of trying to manage that budget. The camper washroom at Riverside Park needs replacement. There is work we need to do at the minor ball building. Market Square parking lot needs patching. We are continuing work on constructing the operations yard garage and doing some optimization there, which is going to require a little bit more funding. And we are looking to continue work on replacing our tree disposal facility. And I will pause there for any questions.
Councillor Keel?
So my understanding from some people outside of council is that there's some history to the Kiwanis Fieldhouse elevator. Does anybody on council or from Kiwanis have any, not to put you on the spot, Your Worship?
Referred to the mayor, Kiwanis Club member, former president.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Kiwanis Club used to have I don't know what the proper term for it is, but it's like a chair that goes up the stairs, if you will. That's no longer there. It's taken out. So there is a means of 2 stairs that brings you to the second floor, a front entrance and a back entrance. The building was initially designed in the day, as I recall it, built by Kiwanis funds and then turned over to the city of Pembroke, and was built with the thought that there could be an expansion on the front, and there was actually an area sort of designated to take out the floor and then put the lift there. There was a few years back, not all that long ago, Mr. Fee, together with others, got a consultant, was going through the process, applying for grants and so forth. To do that work, it came in more than, as often happens, more than what was thought based upon the consultant's report, so it did not proceed. So at the present moment, there's a city-owned building with a second floor with the occupant there, but there is, other than the two stairs, there is no accessibility to that second floor by means of, an elevator, a lift, a whatever you want to call it. And so I know the CAO and I have had discussions with the now president of Kiwanis to look at, to try and figure out what is a potential solution, working together to try and figure out a way of putting in something, whatever that might be. There were some ideas as to the back exit, trying to put something there, but it's not something that you can just internally put in a lift because the building wouldn't be able to, you'd have to build onto the building somewhat to do it, as I understand it. So that's a very maybe high level as to the ongoing nature of it, but it is a city-owned facility, second floor, two stairs presently or two staircases to get you there.
And just point of information, the CEO, you and I were talking yesterday about it. Kiwanis Club is paying the other half of they're paying $25,000 also for the design study.
Yeah, through the chair. So I'll just mention, we're very fortunate to have the CBO that we have in regards to the skill set that he brings. One in regards to facility maintenance, and so he's taken on the responsibility to do facility maintenance here at Victoria Hall, and he brings I don't know what the correct name in regards to, but he's like a master mason, so very fortunate to with our age facilities. In regards to the Kiwanis, he has been working closely with the Kiwanis in regards to a solution, and the $25,000 is not necessarily the thought to be the solution, but to at least get it to a point where in potentially 2025 that we could come up with a solution. $25,000 could be the solution, depends on what we're looking at. And so, yeah, the chair is correct that the Kiwanis would provide some funding also for the project. And also there are accessibility grants that we would apply for. So we take opportunities for all of that going forward. So in saying all that we would bring a report back before any funds would be expended.
Councillor Keel and Councillor Purcell.
So the 25,000 gets mixed with another 25,000 for 50,000 that may or may not get us to the end of the design stage, and then we actually have to pay for an elevator.
No, so the $50,000 is looking at a solution. So if you go through and get a full elevator, you're probably talking a few $100,000. If you're talking about possibly another chairlift or some other, that's more into the range of $25,000 to $50,000, and the design would be included. You'd buy the unit, and they would do all the engineering and that. So depends on what solution suits. So that's what the CBO is looking through. So we don't have a number yet in regards to what it looks like, but initially when we talked about it was that we would do design in 2024, apply for grants, and then do the construction. That was when we were talking a big elevator. But if we just do a chairlift, some of the preliminary numbers I've seen is between 25 and 50. So we would have a solution by the end of this year.
And the prior review that the Kiwanis Club did themselves, that's definitely not an option?
Yeah, that was going to be costing quite a bit more.
Purcell?
Thank you, Chair. I guess just to piggyback on that, can they not just install a simple chairlift? The cost is $25,000 for the chairlift. The study is $25,000 in terms of not the study, but the design.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to understand that a little bit better.
No, so just to correct, the $25,000 is a placeholder. So it could go towards a design, or it could go to, as you're suggesting, chairlift. You would purchase the chairlift. the chairlift manufacturer would come in, do all the design work, and get it installed. So if we go that route, like I said, it's between $25,000 and $50,000. So by the end of this year, we would have an accessible second floor. If we need to do something above and beyond that, then the money would be used for the design, the concept, look at the grant funding, and then, so, like, there is grant funding available, and I'm pretty sure that we can get some for the project. So, you know, in essence, probably going to be less than $25,000, but I just wanted that as a placeholder.
Thank you. And I guess just another question that I have for Mr. Lewis. The $130,000 for the operations yard optimization, could you maybe just give a little more detail in terms of what that entails?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the project for the operations yard optimization was tendered last year and came in above budget. We knew that the works weren't going to be complete totally in 2023, so we didn't draw from reserves or increase that budget in 2023. We budgeted for the remaining work this year. It includes a 2-bay garage, 3 bays of covered vehicle storage, an oil grit separator for the yard and for the existing buildings, and drainage comes off the backyard and through Pansy Patch Park.
And it was just a continuation in terms of that particular facility build?
That's correct. We knew the project wasn't going to be finished in 2023,
Okay.
so we didn't search for the money in 2023.
Thank you.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure how many members exist within the club today. I guess his worship would know. I'm going to make an outrageous suggestion that perhaps the city takes back the property, that Kiwanis builds a smaller unit adjacent to the building, and that we put all our recreation staff in the Kiwanis Fieldhouse. A suggestion. I don't know if that would work. How many members are there, through your, Mr. Chair, to the
Through you, Mr. Chair, approximately 50.
50? Thank you.
That would be something with staff, that discussion for staff report, Kiwanis Club. Did you want to comment on that, CEO?
No, that's brand new. I don't want to comment.
Later on.
Okay, Councillor Keel?
I agree that I think that's worth looking at.
So staff's made note of that? Okay. I have a question for council. Would it be prudent to take the $130,000 for the operations yard optimization from general capital reserve? I'll make that motion. We have 1.3 million in general capital reserve. The operations yard optimization, 130,000, because it came in over budget last year. No seconder? No.
I'm not sure you can make a motion from the chair, but secondly,
well,
could you explain?
That's why I asked you to entertain a motion.
Okay, could you explain your reasoning as to, like, are there other things that you want to spend the 130 capital on?
No, just remove it, and then we wouldn't have that increase. But obviously, nobody wants to make a motion. That's fine. Any more questions on the capital part, first part?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think what council, on the advice of staff, what we're trying to do is keep the capital budget at the dollar amount so as to not underfund things in the future and go backwards. And so what you would be doing is robbing a reserve and not accomplishing what the goal of seemingly council is trying to do.
Well, yeah, that's right, but I'll also be saving a tax increase of under 30 grand. Anyhow, that's fine. Continue on, Madam Treasurer.
Okay, so that brings us into the roads and bridges section of the capital plan. So on the books as suggested projects for this year is the Albert Street design from Pembroke Street West to Fred Blackstein Drive, resurfacing of Arnold's Lane, completion of our two Bennett Street projects, which have both been awarded in 2023, 2022 potentially. Boundary Road, doing phase 2 of 3, road and storm sewer. Christie Street Bridge, repairing and replacing some guide rails. Doing resurfacing at Crandall Street from Pembroke Street West to, I never pronounce this right, Cecil Street. Completing work on the Hunter Street design, which is just a carry forward funding. Looking at continuing our work on the Isabella Street catchment area reconstruction in terms of design as well as construction itself from Moffett Street, construction, I think on Moffett Street from Pembroke Street West to Renfrew Street. Looking at street lighting, replacing some street lighting on Lake Street. Resurfacing on Maple Avenue from Metcalf to Hunter. Doing a shave and pave on Mary Street from Janes to Trafalgar. So this is a project we didn't get to in 2023, but it does look like it's going to require more funding. So looking at expansion joint replacement on the Mary Street Bridge, which is part of our, I believe, the OSAM recommendations. Road construction on Sawmill Road, and then a whole list of sidewalk repairs on Center Street, Isabella Street, Maple Avenue, Mary Street, Morris Street, Murray Street, Pembroke Street East, Somerset, and William. Again, another expansion joint replacement, which again is a carry forward, and this project looks like it's going to need more funding for the Taylor Bridge expansion joints on Boundary Road. Doing some resurfacing work on Thompson Street from Eganville Road to Horace. We are looking to complete our joint transportation study that we're doing with the Township of Laurentian Valley. So there's no additional funding requested or needed in 2024. So that's an information item, as well as hopefully finally finishing the ESA work that we need to do on Victoria Street to complete that project. So is there any questions, which would probably need to go to our Director of Operations on the roads and bridges budget? Thank you.
Councillor Lafreniere, then Councillor Keel.
Yes, through the chair to the treasurer. The transportation study, I know that it's being shared, the cost. Is it 107,000 each, or is it 107,000 shared?
So is my understanding that this is the city's portion, but I will defer to our director, and he is nodding at me, so. Is our share.
That is ours, because yeah, sometimes it's broken down into components on this spreadsheet, the cost sharing component. Yeah, I was just questioning whether there was.
So the Township of Laurentian Valley, through the chair, did lead that procurement. So they're paying the full bill, and then we are just,
Reimbursing.
yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Keel.
With respect to the Isabella Street catchment area, I can't remember if council gave direction or if it was just Councillor Lafreniere and I wondering about that Hink Street intersection, and would this be a time for operations to look at that? Is that included in this thought? Or in some ways I'm asking for an update, I guess, outside of budget, but it popped in my mind.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. The Hinks, Renfrew, Isabella, Murray area is a separate issue altogether. That's traffic management, traffic safety, so forth. So it's not included in this catchment area. The Isabella Street catchment area actually stops at Doran and heads east, so it's not included.
And I understand Mary Street, this is seemingly a continuation. Are we doing that because it's the worst road in Pembroke that needs a shave and pave, or just because we're continuing down Mary Street?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not the worst road in Pembroke. It is a continuation, but it also has its issues as well. It does have some wheel rutting, which tends to collect water and snow melt, which turns to ice and causes us issues when we can't get the water off. As well, it has cracking in that wheel rut, and when we have cracking in the wheel rut, the water enters into the granular base and causes potholing. So it does need the work complete.
And Sawmill Road, maybe same question?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Sawmill Road is a true boundary road in the sense that it separates the city of Pembroke and the Township of Laurentian Valley. We have an agreement with the Township of Laurentian Valley regarding Elgin Street and regarding Sawmill Road. This is a joint venture, and what you're seeing is 50% of the cost.
Councillor Giacono, then Councillor Frenier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Director of Operations, I know that we had some excessive rainfall and supercharging water at Angus Campbell Drive that lifted basically the asphalt, I believe, last year. I've had some inquiries from residents from the Matheson Street area about whether there's any additional repair that has to be done from Matheson to Pembroke Street.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as far as the asphalt surface is concerned, or the base, the answer is no. We corrected the issues that evolved out of that surcharging. But as far as stormwater management is concerned, as I discussed yesterday and is, I believe, further down in the capital, there is going to be some work required, some further studies required on stormwater management and catchment to deal with that choke point in the storm system.
Thank you.
Councillor Lafreniere.
Yes, thank you. When Councillor Keel asked if that's the worst condition road, it kind of tweaked my mind into the last few roads that I thought were the worst. And I'm wondering where they are on the list of priorities. That's William and Catherine, going from Pembroke up to a couple of blocks, pretty terrible. Especially Catherine, I think, if I remember, it's. Is there a reason? Is it because of the under the ground infrastructure that it would be just a really expensive project, or? Because those are horrible. Yeah.
And Councillor Lafreniere, because you can't see me,
Yeah.
I apologize in my
That's okay.
hesitation.
No.
I'm actually checking the 20-year multi-year capital construction forecast to see if I can find William Street on it. I believe it is there. Trying to see if I can find the PCI for you.
Because I know often when people say, you know, what about this street? And I have to agree, then I usually think it must have something to do with the fact it's a bigger project than what it looks like. But even just to shave and pave to help it, I don't know that it would.
The W's are quite a ways down in the list.
Sorry. Oh, you know, it's getting late, we can proceed if it's going to take Mr. Lewis.
William Street, which area,
Well, just,
Councillor?
I believe it's from like Supple. So it's like from Supple up to maybe Alfred, pardon? No, Cecilia's the other way. Yeah. So I think it starts at about Supple, right where Sandy used to live. And if you go up towards Alfred, that patch is bad. And then William from Service Ontario, or is that Catherine? That's Catherine. From Pembroke Street, if you're trying to go up to Herbert, let's say, oh, it's like the whole road is inward.
So the PCI through that area, the 4 sections that I have in front of me, they are on the multi-year capital construction forecast. There is no year associated with the reconstruction yet.
Wow,
But the
okay.
PCI is between 52 and 61.
Fair. right.
Also on the list are a number of 44s and below.
Okay, that's fine. Those two just stick out in my mind because I avoid them all at all costs. Yeah, okay, thank you.
So you move on to parks now for capital?
Okay, so included in projects for parks, We're looking at installing some lighting at the Alexander Trestle as part of the Algonquin Trail. We will continue work on our trailheads, which is carrying forward, along with looking at some of the, at least the engineering on a Coronation Park wall that's currently failing. Kinsman Park needs a new play structure. We need to continue to do some upgrades at Pansy Patch Park. It has been proposed, given the success of our bleacher program, that we take a similar approach with our park benches and park fencing, and that, we slowly look at, what's the worst in the city and slowly start, replacing that over time. We would like to invest in some new signage in terms of our Riverside Park entry sign. We are hoping to get a grant from Minor Ball to address field drainage issues at Riverside Park. We are in our final year of replacing the bleachers, which was a requirement from our insurance company. We need to continue work on our sanitary sewer pipe. Oh, sorry, I think this is a new one. The sanitary sewer at Riverside Park needs some piping repairs. Again, similar to our benches, we do want to start taking a look at our sports field lighting and start making some much needed replacements. We are looking to continue work with the help of the Waterfront Park Committee to make improvements down in that area through their gracious donations that have been available to us. Thanks to a bequest. As we talked about a little bit in the operating budget, the fuel tanks at the marina are at the point of failure. So we are looking at replacing them in 2024. We do typically carry a contingency to address any issues at the marina down there, and are looking at a wall repair in Memorial Park. So is there any questions about the parks budget?
Councillor Frenier?
Just a quick question about the memorial wall. Is that a necessary wall? I mean, was it dedicated, or it's just a repair, so is this repair going to fix it for a long time, or is this, if someone else mentioned that to me, they said the wall has to be repaired, does it have to be there? And I can't remember, it might have been one of the councillors, but can someone answer that? Is it preventing erosion of some type, or has it just been there forever?
Yeah, through the chair, I think everyone's looking at each other, so.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Lewis put his hand up.
Through the chair, it's a simple masonry wall. It runs from Pembroke Street towards the back, so it isn't part of the memorial. I'm referring to the right one, right? Memorial Park?
I'm thinking about the one everybody sits on.
Yeah.
Over here.
That's not the wall. It's not the wall adjacent to the sidewalk.
Okay.
It's the wall that's adjacent to the building that's next to us, Anthony's.
Okay.
That runs from Pembroke Street towards the back. It's a
Got it.
simple masonry wall that's been there for quite a long time, and it needs some repair.
Thank you. I thought it was the seat wall. That's what I'll call it. Okay, thank you.
For Keel?
What's the Algonquin Trail lighting, Alexander Trestle?
I'll take that, Mr. Chair. Through you. It's some lighting to provide some, well, general lighting, but some safety. When you cross underneath the trestle on Albert Street, it's quite dark through that section when you end the end of the Codco building until you get into the Cockburn lot. And there's a lot of users down through there, so the intent is to put a couple simple solar-powered streetlights, if we could call them that, on either side of the trestle to just provide some additional lighting in there and some safety.
So I drove it the other night because I figured that's what we were talking about. Is this the most necessary thing? Like, I didn't see I literally sat there in my car and couldn't figure out what the problem was.
So, through the chair, we have received a number of complaints regarding that. It also has been a discussion through police services as well, and the PBIA. There's a lot of staff that work in the downtown core that park in the Cockburn lot, and they're leaving late in the evening and heading to their vehicles, and it is a dark area.
If I could just add to that before Councillor Giacono speaks, the PBA did a walkabout when they came up with the new parking map and parking strategy with the city, and that was identified by some, the board of the PBA and the downtown staff who worked there as a safety issue. It also came up at Community Watch meeting. When we went to make that a Community Watch zone, that was a concern also. Councillor Giacono?
Concur with the comments about safety. Thank you.
Seeing no more questions on parks area, vehicles and equipment.
Okay, so continuing on to vehicles and equipment, water sewer requires replacement of a half-ton pickup truck. As mentioned earlier, roads needs to acquire a new single axle truck, but it will take, I think the lead time is quite significant for a vehicle of that nature. So we will look at unfinancing it this year, but it will eventually come out of our vehicle and equipment reserve, which the bulk of the spending in this category is coming out of our vehicle and equipment reserve. Parks needs a new salt and sand unit. Roads requires a new snow blower. We are looking at acquiring a new sewer camera. On the list of vehicles or equipment needing replacement is a sidewalk unit, which replaces an equipment that has winter attachments. And as we discussed yesterday, Fire is looking at receiving delivery of their boat, looking at needing to acquire new bunker gear for the firefighters, and has applied for a grant for a new generator under an emergency preparedness grant.
Any questions or comments on this section? Seeing none, we'll move on to storm sewer.
So in the storm sewer budget, we always put, we typically put $95,000 aside as an annual rehabilitation for any failures or any emergency work that needs to be done, as well as some outfall improvements in various locations. In addition to these annual contingency budgets, we are looking at relining the storm sewer at Cedar Brae. We are looking at some work on McKay to the former CN property related to an easement ditch. We want to continue work on our outfall number 27 on Moffett Street, as well as a storm outfall from number 18 to the river, which is a carry forward from 2023.
Questions on that section? Sanitary sewer section.
So in terms of sanitary sewer, we are continuing work on the Crandall Street lift station, which does require additional funding, as well as manhole relining, which is a project carrying forward from 2022. We do need to make an investment in the Mary Street sanitary sewer to Isabella Street. We are looking to reinstate funding related to the work that's going to be done on Highway 48, which will have a 20-year moratorium once that work is completed. We'd like to complete work on the Septage receiving station. We do have an annual budget, which is a contingency budget related to any sanitary sewer rehab or failures we might have in the city. We are looking at a lift station upgrade for Supple's Landing. Again, we're continuing and looking to complete work on the Town Line Force Main in 2024, as well as completing work on the lift station electrical upgrades that are required there. Again, we're looking to complete work on the Dominion to Draper sanitary sewer. And then in terms of the plant itself, we are hoping to finally put that digester project to bed in 2024, as well as looking at the effluent weir and whether that needs to be rehabbed or replaced, and looking at doing work on the primary clarifier chains.
Councillor Frenier?
I just realized I wanted to ask something about roads. Sorry, and I know we're past that. Sorry. If I could, through the chair to Mr. Lewis, the work that's all listed there, the sidewalks, the shade and paves, a lot of that will be done in-house, I believe. And do you think it'll all get done this year? Because I know in past years, some things don't get done. So is it fair to say it'll all get done, or? Because I know in other years, we just don't carte blanche everything. I know right now we're feeling like we should, but realistically, will this all get done this year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the simple answer is yes.
Okay.
As far as in-house work is concerned, I believe there's only 4, possibly 5 of the projects in roads that is going to be done in-house. Everything
Okay.
else is contracted out.
Oh, okay.
All the sidewalk removal and repair is full blocks. They'll be done by a contractor.
Okay.
The bridge work is all contracted out, and the larger projects, of course, the Bennett Streets and Crandall Street, the Isabella Street catchment area, those ones are all contracted out.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The final section of the capital budget is water, Madam Treasurer.
So in terms of water capital projects for 2024, we're looking to complete work on the bulk water station, which is a carry forward for a couple of years, and there has been some procurement related to that. We are looking to do work on the Carmody Street water main, as well as looking at the water distribution, Makeda River Road catchment area design, which is a pre-commitment, doing some study and design on pressure zones for our water distribution network. We do plan on replacing some water meters annually, which goes back to that water meter reserve that we have. We do have some annual budgets relating to water main valve replacements, water distribution pipe, and water distribution pipe rehabilitation. We did put some notional budget in there for the water tower replacement, but as Mr. Lewis has stated, we're still waiting for the results of the capacity study before we can really move forward with that project to understand what is going to be required for the water tower moving forward. In terms of the plant, we do have one fairly substantial project on the books, which is the filters, launderers, and under tile drains. I guess I have design in there, and I guess I'm thinking that's including construction too, right? Yes. Okay, so we had that on the books for design, but we want to move forward with that. So again, that's what's driving that big withdrawal from the water purification plant reserve to take on that work. And we are looking at either wrapping up or starting a few other projects that we started looking at in 2023 related to the isolation valve and actuator, the backwash tank force main, and a backwash pump overhaul. And finally, we're looking to add a high lift pump repair and some raw water upgrades at the plant as well.
Any questions on the water section of the capital budget? Seeing none, it's coming up to 3, closing time. But our final step for the day, I'll have the treasurer comment on the public meeting and next steps before we make a motion to adjourn.
So I would just like to thank council. I know, finance isn't everybody's bag, baby. And it's certainly very tiring going through, numbers all day long for days on end. And I certainly think, from staff's perspective, that the general public doesn't always appreciate the hard work that council has, preparing for budgets, trying to manage the expectations from the public, the hopes from staff. And so I do really want to thank council, for all of their thoughts and participation in this process. So obviously something new this year is our public budget meeting. So I guess before we wrap up, I would just ask council, is there anything in particular that you would want me to emphasize in this meeting? Obviously, I think the decision made around the pool will have to be, I would think, a key component of this presentation that I'm going to do. So I guess I'm just looking for feedback from council, and if there's any particular areas of the budget you'd like me to highlight and talk about to make sure I include that in my presentation. Thank you.
I'll email you too with our comments. Go ahead, Councillor Frenier, then I have Councillor Giacono.
Well, I think what you explained to us, and what I think that basically we understand now, is that asset management now needs to give us a picture of what we need to be putting away every year. And those increases of 2% are probably a thing of the past. And that we're not the only, maybe you can just sort of summarize that, say, we're not the only municipality that is facing this. And although councils of past had other projects, such as the OPP and the fire station, we are faced with multiple challenges. And, you know, the types of increases we're seeing now are probably going to be seen for a while. Yeah. So I think that coming from you, the treasurer, it just kind of gives us a little more fuel. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Giacono?
Mr. Chair, there's been a lot discussed. Does this committee have a flavor to direct our treasurer to come back with a certain number? I mean, in previous budgets, you know, we've said to treasurers, we'd like to see it around, or what can you do, where's the magic money? Or is that an unfair question to the treasurer?
Any comments, Councillor Keel?
I was going to say on the mic what Councillor Frenier just said off mic. So I guess if we're in the area of 6.05 now, can Madam Treasurer find the several $1,000s to get us under 6? And that was, you know, 6 or under was my goal from the beginning. So I think we kind of did that last year as well when we were trying to figure out the recreation reserve, but we wanted to task her with getting us to a certain point. So Councillor Frenier and I are apparently thinking the same thing over here.
So our next meeting is the public meeting on the January 15th at 6 p.m. And then we have a February 2nd meeting also, and that will be necessary, correct?
So the purpose of the February 2nd meeting will be to hear the presentations from the
Right.
Pembroke Public Library. Sorry, it's been a long couple days for me too. From the PBIA, and we also have to talk about our tax ratios and the overall tax impact based on where we're at, as well as any feedback from the public, and if there's any changes following that feedback that we might want to make to the budget, and then sort of finalize it for passing on the 20th of February. So I don't know that it would necessarily take the full day, and we'll plan for it, but, you know, I guess it'll take as long as it takes on that particular day.
So before we adjourn, I just want to make a final comment. I want to thank staff under the leadership of our treasurer, Councillor Giacono, and I meet with her on a regular basis, and it's a onerous task. The budget is an onerous task, and thank all the city staff and managers and directors. I also want to thank council for your professionalism today and your passion. This is not an easy task. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? We are adjourned.